public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri. After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, tombeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Back with you on the next round as we get ready to roll tonight with some college basketball. And that is where we're going on the lock of the day. Jeremy Purvis is the owner of IronMountainWorld.com. IronMountainWorld.com. He's got one of the best plumbing companies in America, Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing, and also Iron Mountain Construction, which can help you on the construction site and help you with plumbers and pipe fitters and millwrights and iron workers and laborers or operators. Call his office and talk to Jeremy for Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170, or for Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing, you call this number. The number is 205-516-4927, 516-4927, or find everything under one place, ironmountainworld.com, and he does give you free quotes, and he is licensed, bonded, and insured as well, ironmountainworld.com. Jeremy's play tonight, he says, take Alabama in basketball against his beloved Tennessee Volunteers, and he says give up the 4 points.
He's playing mental games with you here.
Playing mental games with us. So
what
that's
he's doing.
That's the lock of the day from the actual owner who brings you the lock, Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Just drain it. Take Alabama tonight. I agree with him. I like Alabama in that contest there. All right, so later today, Cotton Bowl special programming coming up at 5 o'clock. Corey Reamer will be part of that show. Corey Reamer and others will join us between 5 and 7 tonight. So we look forward to that. Make sure you join us on all the platforms. We'll have an extended conversation with Corey Reamer and others tonight and tomorrow before we head over for the game coming up on Friday. And don't forget Friday's live show. We're normal tomorrow, but on Friday, we're back in the morning drive with Kate and Allie.
Kate and
Morning
what are you
drive,
talking about?
Morning drive on Friday. We'll be back 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. before the bowl games start on Semifinal Friday. That's our show today. Thanks to all of our great sponsors and to all of you amazing listeners and viewers for being with us today on the next round, part of Double Down Media. And thank you especially to Forrester and Lunsford, who are back there holding everything down with both hands. We appreciate you guys so much. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
And good morning to you from Dallas, Texas. The eve now of the college football playoff semifinals. Jim Dunaway, along with Ryan Brown, Lance Taylor, John Lunsford, Scott Forrester, and we've got our man, Rockstar, who'll be back with us next week in the new year. Hope everyone's ready to roll this morning as we get settled in to talk a little football, a little basketball, and 4 more bowl games happening today as well. Brownie, I guess we start off with the fact you had a chance to talk with Slade Bolden again last night, and he sort of laid out the itinerary today. Before we talk about the biggest things in sports yesterday, which was 2 big basketball wins in the state, what did Slade tell you last night?
Well, he told me basically Alabama looks pretty good COVID-wise, which has been all the reports. Practice went pretty well. They have what they call Perfect Thursday, where they try to be perfect, as the name would indicate, on the Thursday before the game. So that was on Wednesday, since it's a Friday game. He said they weren't quite perfect, but they were close enough, and they seem like they feel pretty good.
Lance Taylor with us from his home back in Birmingham, Alabama. LT, how many times do you try to have a perfect Thursday in your life? Always?
Always try to have a perfect Thursday. It's very important to me, Dunaway. I think you know that. Did not have a perfect Thursday yesterday, but we gave it a shot.
We gave it a shot. All right, let's start this thing off by talking about basketball, and then we'll work our way to all the football that happened yesterday and another big slate of bowl games today. And, of course, we'll set the table for the national semifinals. But out here in Dallas, you had a lot of Alabama folks gather around to watch the late game. Well, let's start with the first game. 2 top 25 matchups to open SEC play, and Auburn jumped out. LT, when I walked out of the media room to go do something else, it was 18-1 at one point. Auburn could not have started better last night against LSU. Great start for Bruce Pearl's team. They hold on, and that team, as Scott Forrester of the Next Round writes. Here's Scott's tweet last night, all right? Scott, from on the back row there, Auburn just whipped an unbeaten LSU team by 15. Bruce Pearl afterwards, we did what we were supposed to do, and here's Forrester's point. It's early, and there's a lot of games to be played, but watch out for the Tigers. That team looks good, don't they?
Oh, I agree. You know, you probably have the best freshman in college basketball in Jabari Smith. And then you talk about the steal of the year in the transfer portal, Walker Kessler coming over from North Carolina. And I mean, the second career triple-double in Auburn history. Did you guys have any idea that there was only one triple-double in the history of Auburn basketball?
I did not. I found that amazing. I mean, now triple-doubles, unless you're Russell Westbrook, are hard to come by, right?
Right.
Well, especially in 40 minutes of basketball.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Right. But you can do it. Can you do it also with assists and steals and not blocks, or does it have to include blocks?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good. What the other person? Who is it? I don't have it on my note sheet here.
You guys will never guess in a million years. You've got obvious guys out there that you would throw out, right?
Right.
My obvious guess is always Scotty Pullman.
Yeah, he wasn't going to get enough rebounds.
Well, you would think one of the persons. You would think of Charles Barkley. You would think maybe a Chris Porter.
Yeah.
Yeah, didn't pass a lot. Chris didn't. Neither one of those guys passed a lot, so it's going to be hard to
brace
get a
yourselves.
All right, I'm braced.
Kenny Gabriel in 2012.
How about that?
I actually remember his name playing. Yeah.
Yeah, we could have guessed all day. I don't think I would have gone that far.
Yeah.
I am telling you that Walker Kessler is a difference maker.
He's a
not
player.
only the ability to block shots, to alter shots, but his comfort in easing as a true 7-footer behind the arc and being able to hit that shot, to be able to stretch defenses. This guy, when you start to look at the depth of Auburn, once they get 100% with Flanagan back in that lineup, Cambridge not playing last night, this is a legitimate Final Four team. And to me, I said it when we did Fact and Fiction, I think it was earlier this week, is the best team in the state of Alabama. No disrespect to Nate Oates in Alabama, and a nice win last night. And I know we'll get to that in a second. But the best team to me in the SEC right now is the Auburn Tigers.
Yeah, I agree with you. And Kessler and Jabari, to be able to do what they do inside and take that length outside too, that makes them a hard matchup. So Auburn beats LSU last night, and a lot of people, Brownie, will just jump on that and say, listen, LSU was 12-0, but they hadn't played anybody. They played them all at home, and they got exposed last night. And some of that may end up some of that is true.
Right.
And it may end up that they were exposed and they're not as good as we think they are at the end. But at this moment in time, they were that good, and Auburn made a statement last night. And Will Wade sort of gave us a hint after their last game saying, man, if we play like we played, turning the ball over and doing some things like we did tonight, we will get it handed to us in Auburn because of the way they play defense. And he was spot on. We can joke about Will Wade, but he sort of knew. He
knew what was coming.
He saw in the old crystal ball what was coming at Auburn Arena.
Yeah, I mean, that was an impressive win. There's just really no two ways about it. Even if you want to say LSU was overrated, right? Well, that's the way you're supposed to be an overrated team. I don't, they're probably, I think the net had them number 3. Did they deserve that? No. Is this a top 20 basketball team, top 15 basketball team? I think absolutely LSU is.
Yeah, I would agree. LSU, and Dunaway, you brought this up. LSU jumped out to that 1-0 lead 23 seconds into the game, but then they miss their first 16 shots to go down 18-1. But for them to battle back and get within 6 multiple times in the second half in front of a hostile crowd when they were buried, you got to give them a little bit of credit. So I think LSU is a really, really solid team.
Yeah, they fought back to keep that thing close last night. So Auburn is off on the right foot for SEC play, and they'll crank back into the main part of the schedule next week as that happens. Over in Tuscaloosa. Well, first, before we move, Auburn Arena. I think it is the toughest place to play in the Southeastern Conference. Loved it, even with school out in between Christmas and New Year's Day. You're sitting there and you've got a crowd lined up outside around the block 90 minutes before the kick to get in there to sit in the student section and cheer Auburn on. Another great atmosphere last night. Transition to Tuscaloosa. Football team is here in Dallas with us. No students on campus. A lot of the band and 400 strong. We saw them walk through the show yesterday, and all those people that are out here, and another good atmosphere and crowd at Coleman Coliseum. And LT, they needed it last night. So many turnovers early on for Alabama. I thought they were going to lose the game, but then down in the final 4 minutes, they clamped down defensively. They valued every possession, and they pulled out an impressive win over a Tennessee team that has been tested.
Well, I know it's early. It's your conference opener, but it's a game you really got to win because, it's funny that when we did the show last night, the specialty show from Dallas, and I joined you guys and I told you that my lock was actually Tennessee plus the points last night. And you brought up there was going to be some major players out, and I can't keep up with this stuff. And I said, well, as long as it's not Kenny Chandler and John Fulkerson, and those are the 2 guys that are out. And, when they tip this thing off, I'm like, oh my gosh, here we go. So I give Rick Barnes and Tennessee a lot of credit for being prepared for that game and playing with the aggression they played with. But, Alabama just wasn't making shots. Neither one of these teams was making shots. And then Alabama hits their final 3 shots. Keon Ellis with a huge 3 there. And I'll tell you, the player of the game was Noah Gurley. Your transfer from Furman. We talked about Kessler and the difference he's making for the Auburn Tigers. And Gurley really hasn't been that factor, but he was last night. He was huge.
Yeah, and that really was the first chance for him to look the part, to look the way he looked at Furman, and why Alabama fans were excited to get him. But, Brownie, we talk about how important it was for Alabama to win that game. And not only is it another quality win to go with the Gonzaga win, the Houston win, those are stacking up really well for Alabama as far as the NCAA tournament. But I think just confidence, and not with us in the media or the fans, but for the guys on the bench, because I think their confidence was a little shook after the way they played at Memphis, but specifically against Jacksonville State and then against Davidson. I would say that if this team had not handled their business last night, that there would be some doubt starting to creep inside that locker room about what the potential is for Alabama.
Well, and I would even say in-game confidence. I mean, if you're struggling with that confidence, and then like Lance said, you find some struggles in the game, and then Tennessee leads almost the entire game on you, and really the entire second half until under 2 minutes, there was plenty of room for some doubt to creep in. And Alabama, if that did happen, Alabama handled that well, and I think you could get some confidence off this win. Again, it's a good win. Is Tennessee the best team in the conference? Probably not. They may be with those 2 guys Lance was talking about. Lance, they've got the second best win. I mean, I don't know how, like Paul's pointing out on Twitter, Alabama's the only team in America right now with 3 top 10 net wins, if you go by the NCAA net. Alabama's got the best win of the conference against Gonzaga. Tennessee's got the second best one against Arizona. So I do think at full speed, this is a really good Tennessee team Alabama beat.
Oh yeah, I don't think there's any doubt. I think you can make an argument. We just talked about we believe Auburn is the best team in the SEC, but Tennessee, at full force, they could be the best team. It's going to be an exciting year in the SEC. Jimmy Dykes brought that up last night. This is a big boy league now.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it really is. That's a great comment from Jimmy. Good for you to point that out. Body language, Keon Ellis still isn't scoring the way, he can score. But, 9 big rebounds last night on the defensive end for Keon, and he made a shot or two there. His body language is looking better. So Alabama trending in a good direction. Day 2 off to a 1-0 start in the Southeastern Conference, and that gets us rolling today on what happened last night in basketball. We'll look back at what happened in football after I tell you about the great folks at the University of Montevallo. So you're sitting here and your kid's a junior or senior in high school, your son or daughter, and you're going, man, this has gone really fast. Are we ready for college? Are we ready to start picking schools, taking visits? Yes, you are, and it's easy. Just go to montevallo.edu, and schedule an in-person tour, and you can set it up and find out why Montevallo is one of the South's best-kept secrets. U.S. News and World Report talks about their pricing with tuition and the value you get in an education at Montevallo. We tell you all the time about some great athletic programs. 21 fully scholarship NCAA Division II scholarships, all at the University of Montevallo. New buildings going up. My daughter, a theater major there. A new multi-million-dollar theater department built. New business department, communication department. It's all at the University of Montevallo. Schedule that in-person tour, montevallo.edu. montevallo.edu. I thought there were a couple of interesting football games. Maryland and Virginia Tech, it was what it was. Good for Mike Loxley and Maryland to be over 500 for the first time since 2010 in the Pinstripe Bowl. But the other 2 games, LT and Brownie, they had nice storylines. Let's go with our buddy Dabo Swinney first. I mean, Clemson wins in a very odd pick 6 from Brock Purdy. I don't know what he was doing when he tried to bat that ball forward instead of just trying to catch it.
I've never seen that.
Yeah. I don't know what he was thinking. But for Dabo and Clemson to get that win and to get 10 wins again, Brownie, you talked about it last night, and LT did too in our Cotton Bowl special show. You guys talked about how important they're not in the playoffs, but to continue that streak of another 10-win season, that says something about Dabo and his team reacting and rallying from that opening loss to Georgia.
Lance, it's not – look, the ACC, nobody's going to say that's a great back-breaking conference, but to get 10 wins year after year after year after year is obviously difficult to do in college football. It seems like a little bit of a low bar to do consistently for premier programs, but look how few do it. And you got to give Dabo credit. He found a way to get to 10 wins again.
Yeah, and look, and they had to win 6 straight at the end of the season to actually get to those 10 wins. And I thought about this before the show today when I was looking at the 3 games yesterday and the 6 teams that participated. It's easy to make the argument that Clemson had the most disappointing year based on expectation, but Iowa State to go 7-6 and to lose 4 of their final 6 games with everything they had coming back from Matt Campbell, that's a massively disappointing year for the Cyclones.
Yeah, I agree with that. The other game, I think it was Lunsford that asked a question in our Fact or Fiction yesterday about point total of something compared to the Oklahoma-Oregon game. And I thought both offenses, without their normal coaching staffs and such like that, some opt-outs here and there, it would be a sluggish offensive game last night in the Alamo Bowl. I think I said the score would be 24-21. That was not the case. Points everywhere. Fun game to watch. And for Bob Stoops to come back and sort of hold that thing together for Oklahoma, and Caleb Williams to look as good as he did last night, I thought it was a pretty good – if I'm Brent Venables, I feel really good about what I'm taking over LT now at Oklahoma.
Well, yeah, I mean, you've got an elite quarterback in Caleb Williams. Kennedy Brooks, you wish you had him coming back. It was a good balanced offense. I don't know about you guys. Bob Stoops looked the part on that sideline. I thought it was really cool that Drake Stoops, a guy that was just kind of a contributor this year, he only had 15 receptions in the regular season, to score a touchdown playing for his dad. That was really cool. And the second quarter is what busted it over for Oklahoma.
Yeah, I agree with Lance. I mean, Stoops, he's comfortable there, right?
He is.
And it just seemed like, I don't know, it seemed like he never quit. It just looked normal for Oklahoma, and you got to give them credit with their coach having departed, all that had gone on with that, the Spencer Rattler story on the edges there. And look, I know they're playing another team whose coach departed, who's got another quarterback coming in. So there was a lot of I guess, similarities there, but Oklahoma handled it well. I mean, they were dominant.
Well, that's what I wanted to bring up next, guys. Now, on the other side, if I'm Dan Lanning, and I mentioned this to Brown, we were watching it down at the sports bar here at the Omni, and I was like, if Oregon's at a crossroads, it feels like. I mean, LT, it feels like this is a very important time in Oregon football history that they don't slip off that tier that they're on in college football. This is very important for Dan Lanning to get this right and get it right quick in Eugene, or they could start slipping into a different tier below where they have been the last couple of decades.
Yeah, I don't disagree. You know, they're a brand out there. And I think, unfortunately, the Dan Lanning era begins when the Lincoln Riley era begins at USC. And if you still had Clay Helton running the ship for the Trojans, I think it would be a different situation. But you see this momentum right now that Lincoln Riley has got going in Los Angeles. And, you know, I don't know. I'll tell you this, Anthony Brown, outside of the Ohio State game, probably played his best game last night. If you would have told me Anthony Brown was going to be as efficient as he was and Travis Dye was going to go 153 on the ground, I would have thought Oregon wins the game.
It was like Anthony Brown said, whoa. They're bringing somebody in at quarterback? wait a minute. Am I not playing next year?
What?
Yeah, I'm not playing next year?
What?
Let me show you.
What?
It was his best game. No, I mean, Lance is right. He looked like a world beater against Ohio State for a lot of that game. And I didn't watch a ton of Oregon football. I didn't watch all their games, obviously, but that's the best I've seen him look.
Yeah. So that's what happened yesterday. And we've got 4 more games, all Power 5 teams today in college football, some SEC flavor as well. We'll set the table as well here with Alabama and Cincinnati. A lot going on in Big D today for that. And, of course, we've got a nice guest lineup coming up. And I'll tell you about who's going to be on the show and get some reaction from you guys after LT tells us about the mail room. But we're approaching 24 hours away, LT, from Alabama and Cincinnati. And if you want to look right for the game, the mailroom can hook that up.
Yeah, the mailroom would love to take this opportunity to wish everyone a happy new year. Make this holiday great with a fresh look from our friends at the mailroom. After the challenges of the last couple of years, they are fully staffed, ready to serve you. Call for your appointment today or just drop by. 205-995-4285. That's 205-995-4285. Located in Inverness Corners at Valleydale, right off of Highway 280. The mailroom, helping the men of Birmingham look their best one visit at a time.
And can I just say right here off the bat, we appreciate you, LT, battling through. You don't feel fantastic, and you haven't all week long, but we always say this on the show. We love it when we're all together on the show, and there will be many shows where it's just going to be 2 of us. But you fighting through from your home, not feeling great today. We appreciate you bringing a little energy for us today. So I appreciate you fighting through it, and I know Brownie does too. Here's who's coming up on the show. Bobby Carpenter, next segment. We'll talk to Bobby about the college football semifinals. Mike Griffith joins us at 10 o'clock, starting hour number 2. Brown will tell you the truth here. We sat next to Mike Griffith at the Iron Bowl, and we watched Auburn sack Bryce Young 7 times.
Yes.
And the only person in that press box that believed Alabama could beat Georgia was Mike Griffith of Dog Nation.
That is right.
And he told us that as we were leaving Jordan-Hare. I was like, Mike, did you not watch the game below us here?
Was he drinking?
No, he was serious. And he said, guys, trust me. I've watched this team all year. Alabama gives Georgia issues. And we were like, okay, all right, Mike, I don't know if you noticed, but they couldn't score on Auburn.
Yeah.
I don't know how they're going to score on Georgia.
I wasn't next to you guys in the press box, but I told you in Atlanta all week.
You did. You did.
And Mike and you, I think maybe the only people that believe that could happen, and it did. And we'll talk to Mike coming up. He's down in Miami getting ready to cover Georgia and Michigan. Josh Pate also down in Miami of Late Kick fame, 24/7. He'll be with us at 10:25. So we'll roll through a couple of Miami guests there to start off that part of the show. And late, Chris Doering, SEC Network, our buddy with Peter Burns. He'll join us at 12 noon. All that is coming up here on the show. In the Farmfolio chat room, Michael says, back to the basketball. Auburn is the best team in the conference. Alabama has a lot to clean up, but looking forward to see how the Tide responds on January 11th in Coleman for the first showdown of Auburn and Alabama. Those 2 regular season matchups, Auburn and Alabama in hoops, will be epic scenes at both campuses.
Yeah, they should be. I think that's I think Auburn is the best team in the conference right now, and I do think Alabama has potential to be, but they do have a lot of things to clean up. He's all right.
Mike in the Farmfolio chat room, we're watching Lance's flu game, already off to a great start. This is your flu game, Lance. You're off. You're draining. You just now drained one and looked over at Ryan and me, and you went, they're all going in for you today. Jay Price says it's very quiet at Lance's. No leaf blowers blowing.
That's
this
right.
morning.
That's right.
Well, I will tell you this: anybody listening and watching the Birmingham area, we've got a monsoon outside right now. So if they're blowing leaves today, they've got some serious issues.
Well, I did want to bring that up as we had to break here, and we appreciate all you people chatting, and we'll talk to Bobby Carpenter coming up, but we're hoping you all are safe. But if you did have some storm damage last night, remember our buddy Greg Nelson, Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg from Pell City, as you can find him on Facebook, is there to help out. When we have these storms blow through, there are a lot of roofers that are, I'll be honest with you, they're just scam artists. They flood the neighborhoods where there is damage done, and they come in and they try to take advantage of you, and that's not right. Stay with people you hear with us on the next round, like Greg from Pell City of Storm Restoration Roofing. Names you know, you got to trust them when it comes time for repairs from these storms. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, free no-cost inspection, even after these storms. 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531, A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. Insurance companies love this guy. Warranties and everything. Greg from Pell City, sign up now for that free no-cost inspection after these recent storms with Storm Restoration Roofing.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. Mention next round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6. Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Stay up to date with the next round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Bobby Carpenter in just a second. Last night, Alabama and Auburn both win in SEC basketball. Dabo and Clemson win in football. Bob Stoops in Oklahoma win in football. And you had Talia Tungavaloa from Thompson High School, and Mike Loxley, former Alabama assistant, gets a big win for Maryland. One other note before we bring in Bobby Carpenter. We've been waiting to get a sign on if Kayshon Boutte would leave LSU for maybe Tuscaloosa or another SEC program. He tweets last night, locked in, don't believe the rumors. Sounds like he is staying at LSU for the upcoming year. That from your headlines, brought to you by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic.
Yeah, go see my man, Dr. Lee Goldenberg. Get that back straightened out for the new year. Start 2022 healthier by getting your spine properly aligned. It affects every cell, organ, and tissue in your body. GreystoneChiropractor.com. That's GreystoneChiropractor.com or 205-981-8090, 205-981-8090. Bobby Carpenter played at Ohio State and the Dallas Cowboys here in the Big D at BCarp3 on Twitter. The Morning Juice up in Columbus, and he is also a contributor for Outkick, and he joins us now on the Pepsi Hotline. What is up, Bobby? How are you?
Not much, gentlemen. Just getting excited as we kind of round into the New Year's Day and New Year's Eve bowl games. You know, it's been a pretty good bowl season. The games that have gone off, I've really enjoyed. So excited here to get to Friday and to see those semifinal matchups.
Yeah, let's start with the one that's here in a place you know well, in Dallas, with Alabama and Cincinnati. You were on with us a month or so ago, and you talked about your relationship, your knowledge of Luke Fickell. When you look at this team, and I know it's hard to compare an Alabama to Cincinnati that have not even played yet, but do they look a lot alike as far as, I'll give you an example. 2012, I walked down on the field before Bama Notre Dame. Bobby, there was a significant difference in those two teams. I didn't even play the game. I got two eyeballs, though. You can look and tell the difference. Do Alabama and Cincinnati look alike to you?
I think when you look at probably the top end players, they look pretty similar. It's really what it comes down with Cincinnati is the depth and quantity of those guys. Like the reason why their team is really good this year, in part, is how veteran they are. They've got a ton, like 4, 5, 6 guys come back. The super seniors, Desmond Ridder being one of them. When you have a quarterback that's 6'5", 215 pounds, they can run really well. Is really athletic. Moves around. You have big defensive linemen. They roll about 6 guys through there. They've got some really talented defensive backs in Kobe Bryant and Sauce Gardner. And so when you look at these guys, all right, those guys physically look the part. The difference is, when you're, in Alabama or Georgia or Ohio State, Oklahoma, wherever it might be, a lot of times the guys that you're bringing in, you're going to develop them and they're going to get bigger and stronger. But day one, when they get on campus, they could probably start at most schools. Well, Cincinnati doesn't have that. Most of their guys, they have to develop a little bit. They have to continue to work with, to grow them physically, to continue to improve their speed. So I think when you look on the field, You see Cincinnati's offensive and defensive linemen, you're going to think, like, okay, it's 5 guys look really good up front. They physically look like they can handle it for the most part. Defensive line wise, yeah, they've got the guys that you feel like they'll be able to get it done. But you start like looking down the line, and that's why if this is a game where it becomes a bludgeoning and Bama's possessing the ball a lot, that's when you get worried if you're Cincinnati, just due to the fact that you don't have the overwhelming volume of players that can continue to play at that high level.
Bobby, one of the most baffling things as the season played out for me was, and I understand that Ohio State has Olave and Wilson and Njigba, but how Jamison Williams only had 9 receptions for that Ohio State team last year.
Those other guys are probably going to be first-round draft picks, as well. Jamison Williams, very honestly, watching him at Ohio State, he's one of the most talented athletes I've ever seen with my own 2 eyes. His ability to stop, start, change direction, his strength, his explosion, his top-end speed. He has all of it. He really does. He's a heck of a player. At Ohio State, there were some inconsistencies that he was dealing with, and it was a very, very competitive receiver room. And so he had a great spring. I know their the receivers coach Brian Hartline personally. He's a friend. We played together at Ohio State. He's one of the best talent evaluators and developers at that position. And Jamison Williams is going to play this year. But was he going to play probably as much as he did this year with Bama? Probably not. He had a great spring, and he made a big push to be the 3rd receiver. He was going to get in and get reps. He's had a tremendous year with Alabama. And I don't think Brian would have sat here and told you, like, this guy's really good. He's going to be a first-round pick. He just needs a little more polishing. And, if the room was a little thinner at Ohio State, then I think he probably would have been able to play, much quicker and be a much bigger player on the team last year and then, potentially going into this year as well. But the inconsistencies he's had, which you see some drops this year, some of those things, and he'll miss a route every once in a while. But that's all part of the maturation process. But they didn't necessarily need him on the field playing and play out. And so I think that's part of the reason why you saw that divergence there, and then him going on to have a great season with Alabama.
Bobby, Alabama's defense at times last year and then this year, people called it into question, especially earlier in the year. But it seems like mid-October last year, mid-October this year, Pete Golding dials that defense in, and they seem to peak right when it comes to this crunch time. What's your evaluation of that Alabama defense coming into this battle with Cincinnati?
They're really good. And like you mentioned, they've gotten better. At the beginning of the year, there's some inconsistencies. They blow a coverage here. You'd see them in blitz, like their blitz pass always weren't great. When they choose to bring pressure, there was just things that were very uncharacteristic of a Saban defense. And last year, it was a little bit more through the duration of this year. To the end of this season, they've really begun to come together and turn it on. It's been pretty impressive to watch that. The hallmark of a great coach is that your teams not only are good, but they continue to improve throughout the year. And I think Nick Saban, being a Bill Belichick disciple and being on staff with him, understands that as well as anybody in college football. And that's part of the reason why it happens. But I wouldn't, as good as this Bama defense is, and it's one of the better ones in college football, I don't think it's historically one of their best defenses they've had while Saban's there. And there are some times where people can get some stuff going on them, a little bit. But, when you have great coaches, you have time to put together a great game plan over, a period of 3-4 weeks. You're usually going to be pretty dialed in, especially if you're a guy who's as disciplined as Nick.
Bobby Carpenter is with us at BCarp3 on Twitter, former Ohio State and Dallas Cowboy linebacker. And you can see him contributing at Outkick, the Morning Juice as well there up in Columbus. He's with us on the Pepsi hotline as we continue from Dallas to the Cotton Bowl. Nick Saban today in his media availability said, I keep reading in the media that the way to beat Alabama is pressure the quarterback. And it almost sounded like Nick Saban wanted to invite Luke Fickell to continue to pressure the quarterback when he said that.
Well, I think part of it is, when you have a quarterback, and believe me, Bryce Young, you won a Heisman Trophy. He's a great player. But I think part of it is, them looking at this, he's still young. And if you pressure young players, typically, not with everybody, but typically those guys, can make some mistakes. And so that's what I think, they're looking at is this Bama offensive line has struggled. You look at the game they lost to A&M, there was pressure on them. Auburn was able to get some pressure early on, until like the final, I guess, 5, 6, 7 minutes of that game. And so that anytime you can pressure a quarterback and not just bring pressure, I'm talking about actually getting there and getting some sacks, moving him off his spot. The thing with Bryce Young, he's a really talented athlete. And I knew he was gifted, but not until watching some of the times he pulled the ball down against Georgia and seeing him run did I realize that he was that proficient of an athlete. And so that's going to be the challenge. If you do choose to bring pressure, I think Bryce Young wants to hang in the pocket. But in games like this, hey, it's about winning. It's not always just about looking pretty. And he can pull the ball down and gas you for 25 yards. And so I think that may be part of the issue that Cincinnati's battling here.
Okay, off the wall question here. You were drafted by the Cowboys. You played there for a few years. Better chance of happening: Cowboys win their first Super Bowl championship in more than a quarter of a century, or the Bearcats pull off the upset against Alabama?
Ooh.
Excuse me, one more time.
Okay, better chance of happening: Cowboys win their first Super Bowl in 26 years, or Cincinnati beats Alabama straight up Friday?
My goodness, I apologize. I was only getting part of the question. With that, you said better chance of happening, Bama winning or Cincinnati winning straight up, or
the Cowboys winning the Super Bowl? Bobby? Yeah, I believe we lost Bobby there.
That was a tough question.
He didn't like the tempo there, Lance. But we appreciate his time. Bobby Carpenter with us on the Pepsi.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. You threw it.
It's a brain freeze. The lost in translation, the old Bill Murray.
So if I asked you guys.
I think Bobby may be back. Bobby, are you with us now? All right, that's it. We'll give up on that one.
All right. Bobby Carpenter with us on the Pepsi
Hotline.
Hotline.
Oh, he's back. He's talking.
Okay.
Bobby, I think we got you now.
Did you get that, Bobby?
You said which has a better chance of happening, Bama winning straight up or what? Cowboys winning the Super Bowl?
No,
Yeah.
Cincinnati beating Bama straight up, or Cowboys winning Super Bowl?
Yeah, yes, I apologize. I misspoke on that. Goodness, I would say here's the thing: in a one-off situation where you just have one game, I would say that's always more likely than a team going on a run, because you would be talking about Dallas potentially going to Tampa Bay, beating Green Bay, and then obviously whoever that would be on the other side as well with Kansas City, New England, Buffalo. There's a number of good teams, Tennessee, that they would have to deal with. So running the table always more difficult than just a one-off game.
Bobby, terrific stuff. We appreciate the time as always. We encourage everyone to go follow Bobby at BCarp3. Look at his stuff at Outkick and also the Morning Juice there in Ohio. Thank you, Bobby. Take care. Have a great New Year. All right, that is Bobby Carpenter with us, the former Ohio State and Dallas Cowboy great on the Pepsi Hotline.
I appreciate the fact that you or him would not let that die, man. You were going to fight till the end there. That's how
Run through the tape.
That's how Bobby Carpenter used to get to the quarterback, man.
Right.
You get chipped by a couple of guys, you fight through a block, you get up there for a sack. Bobby on the Pepsi Hotline, we appreciate that. News yesterday from Kirby's news conference, and he does it again today, LT. He keeps saying Stetson Bennett is going to start the game for Georgia. And he always says something in his comments that always makes you think there's a plan for JT Daniels. But aren't we at this point way past any conversation about anybody else? Don't you have the feeling they're riding and dying with Stetson Bennett all the way to the end?
I think you have to. I think if Kirby comes out and they struggle a little bit in the first half against this Michigan defense and they panic and put JT in, I think it's over for Georgia. I think Stetson Bennett had a fantastic year. And again, I think we look at Stetson Bennett in 2020, and I heard it today. I forgot what show I was watching early this morning, and they were bringing up Stetson Bennett and his struggles against Alabama. Stetson Bennett in 2020 against Alabama was a different quarterback than Stetson Bennett in 2021. This Alabama team came out. They played a full 60 minutes against Georgia. Let's not forget, though, Georgia was up 10-0. Stetson Bennett didn't have a good game against Alabama. He's been very consistent the entire year. I agree with you, Dunaway. He's the ride or die right now. If you bring JT Daniels in outside of an injury, you got problems if you're Georgia.
Yeah, I agree with that. So that news yesterday from the Orange Bowl, we'll go to Miami coming up at the top of the hour. We'll talk to Mike Griffith about that, and Josh Pate will join us as well coming up at the top of the hour. Part of the show is being brought to you today by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. We were talking last night, LT, about early on in our build out here, how Hemp Hill saved the day on launch day for our new gig. Something bad happened at your house, right?
Yeah, I've had multiple things. I had a unit go out upstairs, a AC unit this past summer. They were out that day. They took care of that, put a new unit in, hot water heater. It blew up our day one of the next round kicking off. They came out that morning. Look, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster, it can strike at any moment. That's when you need to make the call that I make to Hemp Hill Services, Adam, Chad, Andrew. They'll always fix it right the first time, always at a fair price for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name Birmingham is trusted since 1954. That is our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090.
B. Hamda in the Farmfolio chat room. Lordy, that question broke Bobby's internet. Daniel, Lance just killed Bobby. Todd, Lance knocked Bobby off the rails. Rob, out. Rob, is it drinking time yet? I don't know what that has anything to do, but it's always drinking time here on the next round. When we come back, we'll continue the conversation as we broadcast live from Dallas, presented to you always by our friends at Bud Light from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, all over the Southeastern Conference footprint today in Dallas and in Birmingham. This is TNR.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Are you sick of leasing your life away? Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Mortgage Right has the cure. With locations nationwide, our friends at Mortgage Right are dedicated to making the home buying process easy. They are eager to offer tips, tools, and a staff of industry professionals to move you in with confidence. So if you're ready to let go of the leasing life and start living life, Mortgage Right can help. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
You tackle an endless to-do list every day. It may seem like a thankless job, but you know better. It's the little things that matter most. That's why you'll appreciate the enduring value of the Michelin Defender tire. Designed for doers like you, Michelin's longest-lasting tire keeps you on the go longer, so you have one less thing to worry about on your next road trip. Stop in today for miles of uncompromised safety and performance. Find your next set of Michelin tires at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. For locations in the Birmingham area, visit VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Greystone Chiropractic and their brand new facility in Tattersall Park is the premier family wellness office in Birmingham. Dr. Lee Goldenberg is committed to helping families unleash their unlimited healing potential naturally in a beautiful and stress-free environment. Voted best in Birmingham 3 years in a row, nominated for Shelby County Healthcare Provider of the Year. What sets Dr. Goldenberg and Greystone Chiropractic apart? Their attention to detail, their thorough approach with patients, and their excellent customer service. I trust my family with Dr. Goldenberg. You can too. Visit GreystoneChiropractor.com or call 981-8090.
I cannot imagine a better gift for the new year than your life back. That's what Way to Wellness did for me. They helped me lose 45 pounds. They can help you too. Just go to their website, aplanforme.com, to get details. No cookie cutter plans. Everything is designed for you, and the program is overseen by board certified professionals. There are no contracts and no sign-up fees, and you get a free consultation. That's right, it's free if you go to the website, aplanforme.com. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
I've been a Shelby County deputy since 2019, but I've been a beach bum for as long as I can remember. My folks took us down to the Gulf every summer, and even now, I can't wait to get back. Thanks to the freedom and flexibility of my new job, I know my next beach trip is never far away. In the meantime, I'm making great money, get paid to work out, and even have a take-home car to save miles on mine. Best of all, I spend my days helping people, sometimes on the worst days of their lives. That's a job that makes a difference. Not bad for a beach bum, huh?
If a flexible work schedule, a take-home car, paid vacations, a gym at work, and $51,000 plus a year to start sounds good to you, maybe you should think about a career as a deputy in Shelby County, Alabama. Change your life. Change your world. Look us up on Indeed.com and on Insta.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
As LT was asking, what time is Mike? Mike Griffith coming up at the top of the hour, and we'll get him in the next segment after this one. Part of our show today being brought to you, LT, by the great folks at Redmont Vodka, Redmont Distilling, Vulcan Gin, the official drink of the 2022 World Games.
Yeah, make sure you pick up a bottle of Redmont vodka. You're going to absolutely love the locally owned and operated product. Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind it. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It is vodka perfection. You've got the new year coming up. A lot of parties tomorrow. Make sure you pick up a bottle of Redmont vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, doesn't have a harsh aftertaste. 8 times distilled, available at your local package stores, including Pink Package, Beverage Place, your ABC stores. Pick it up this holiday season. It is Redmont vodka.
All right, I'll look ahead today to some of the games. A couple more SEC teams in action. That includes the first game that goes in under an hour now, 45 minutes away from North Carolina and South Carolina. 10:30 kick, ESPN, the Duke's Mayo Bowl up in Charlotte. Guys, that game's an interesting game to me, but it's about scoring points, and I'm worried that South Carolina is not going to be able to score enough points to keep up with Sam Howell and North Carolina in this contest. LT, start us off there. Carolina versus Carolina in the first game today.
Well, ironically, Sam Howell's first start was in this stadium against South Carolina, where nobody gave Mack Brown any kind of shot at winning that game. Sam Howell was able to have multiple touchdowns en route to an upset win there. And, I think too much offense today with North Carolina. It's been a nice story, Shane Beamer in year one. But I think Sam Howell has a big game to go out as a North Carolina Tar Heel.
I'm worried about Shane Beamer, though. He's been talking a lot about how few players they have, how this is not close to the same team that it was against Clemson. It is, he's using a lot of that language, like they may be down some guys, things like that. I don't know. I'm a little bit worried about South Carolina there. He says he's not trying to make excuses. But it sounds like he's giving reasons already, if not excuses.
Another game today, Tennessee and Purdue in the Music City Bowl. And LT, we talked a little bit that momentum for the Volunteers moving great at the end of the year, and getting Hendon Hooker to commit to 2022 was a big win for Josh Heupel. I don't know if today plays in anything for momentum-wise, but everything seems to be moving forward for the Vols right now.
Okay, can I go on and lock this game? Do you guys care? Can you hear me?
Well, I think Hendon Hooker is he's an interesting story for the rest of this, rest of his career at Tennessee. Is he the type of guy that Josh Heupel can contend for the East with? I mean, do you believe that about Hendon Hooker? Is he that type of guy? I don't know. And again, I want to be consistent on what I say about bowl games. I don't think you're going to learn yes or no on that. I think what we saw from Hendon Hooker down the stretch showed us he's the type of guy that could potentially do that. But I just think Tennessee is such an interesting. You heard Clay say this the other day. They think Clay thinks Tennessee can contend for the East next year, and or at least be the second team in the East behind Georgia. I don't know if that's the case or not. but a lot of people are big on Hendon Hooker.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're one of them.
Other games today, Pittsburgh and Michigan State. Later tonight, Wisconsin and Arizona State. LT will have a lock coming up a little bit later on. Horrible shooting night last night in the NBA. We watched two really good college basketball games, and listen, Alabama was anything but perfect in that win over Tennessee. Auburn just dominated LSU and had so many great high points as well, especially early in that contest. Imagine being the Boston Celtics last night. And you're in the NBA, you're the best of the best in the world, and you go out and you shoot 42 three-pointers and only make 4 of those. Now, I've said some crazy things over a decade on this show. I feel like if Brown, LT, and I rolled out, we'll take Lunsford and Forrester to fill out 5. Surely we could come close to 4 of 42 from three-point land. 4 of 42 in an NBA game last night by the Boston Celtics. That's a horrible, embarrassing night of shooting. Sure, they lose the game. But at some point, along the way at 4 of 32 or something like that, do you stop shooting threes? You pack it in. I mean, 4 of 32, Brown. 4 of 42. That's a bad night.
LT, I think the old Cumulus basketball team back in the day were you guys ever 4 of 42 in a game? I know you shot.
No. That's less than 10%. So I don't think we were ever that bad. I think we were probably about a 15 to 17% on average.
Yeah, 15 to 17% is what you were.
Yeah, about that was probably our average.
Okay, that's better than what they were last night then.
Yeah, so that was an embarrassing stat last night that I thought was worthy of bringing up. And then one other story that was of interest to us yesterday, away from getting ready for Alabama and Cincinnati and Georgia and Michigan, was Aaron Rodgers. And he made the statement that he will not let his future drag out after the season. Whenever this ends, whether it's the Super Bowl and a championship for Green Bay or them getting bounced in the playoffs, it will not go on like it did last summer, says Aaron Rodgers. Do you guys think that's a good thing? Will he stick to his word? And do you think he means he knows he's not coming back to Green Bay, or he knows he's coming back? Do you think he already knows what he's doing when the season's over with? That's why it will not drag out.
Yeah, I think the decision's been made, guys. And here's what I think. So they have lost back-to-back NFC championship games in Lambeau. They're going to be your 1 seed unless there's a complete collapse over these last couple of weeks. So I think he believes with the team they've got right now. Look, the defense has let down in the second half the last couple of weeks, but I think Joe Carroll's got a really good defense. So I fully expect Green Bay to get back to a Super Bowl. I think he's going to win his second Super Bowl. And I've got this weird feeling because I've told you all along that I just don't think football is 100% his priority. I think he's going to win his second Super Bowl. I think he's going to retire.
Really?
I do.
You think he's about to, because Ben Roethlisberger today has said in his media availability that it is very likely this will be his last game at Heinz Field Sunday. So it has been rumored for a while about Ben Roethlisberger. He's finally publicly embracing it. And he kind of did last week at Kansas City when he brought his entire family on the road. And I think they said that's the first time they had done that as long as he's been in the league.
It was.
Yeah. So, I mean, Lance, once he's kind of publicly embracing it, you think Aaron Rodgers might do the same thing, huh?
I do. And, I just think there's other things for Aaron Rodgers. I think there's other things he wants to do. And again, we saw him in the offseason. And look, Brown, I know you like him. I don't like him. There's a variety of reasons. I agree with you. I think he might ultimately be the best quarterback skill-wise that we've ever seen play. But I think his ability at 36 to be able to call his shot, to go out on top instead of going – and I really don't know if it matters wherever he goes. I think he's that good. I think he can win a championship, with probably 20 organizations right now. But I just think to be able to go out on top, call his shot, give middle finger to everybody and leave on his own terms, I think this is the way he wants to do it.
That's big news with Aaron Rodgers, another monumental weekend coming up in the National Football League. And, we crank things off. There's no Thursday night game this week, right?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so. No Thursday night game this week. So we go straight up this weekend, a full Sunday slate, and then on Monday night football as well. So a lot of good, exciting NFL action coming up this weekend, including a monumental game involving your Rams. I'm excited about this Rams game with the Ravens, just in time getting Lamar Jackson back for Baltimore in a must-win situation for them and the Rams trying to clinch their division. Give me a quick thought on the Rams, LT, and then give me Michelson laser vision as we work our way towards the top of the hour.
Well, the Rams didn't win a game in November. They went 4-0 in December. And this is a huge game, as you said, because the Rams right now, currently the 3 seed, they're leading the NFC West. They want to be able to host that first round playoff game, possibly a second round playoff game. Watching Lamar Jackson in practice yesterday, just the few clips I saw, he's limping around. He doesn't look to be 65, 70%. If I'm John Harbaugh, I think your best opportunity to win going back 2 weeks ago is Tyler Huntley running that same offense. I'll take, as a Rams fan, Lamar Jackson at 70%.
That's LT's look ahead to one of the bigger games this weekend, brought to you by our friends in Michelson.
Yeah, 969-8100. Again, it's been almost 20 years ago. I went in to get scheduled to see if I was a candidate for LASIK. I wore the contacts in solution for years. I wasted money on that. I had 2200 vision before I went in. After the procedure, which only took 12 minutes for both eyes, 2015 vision better than 2020. Call Amy today. Schedule the hassle-free consultation. Find out if LASIK is right for you. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, they're going to hook you up. Fantastic sponsors, the best in the business. Call 969-8100 or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
From Dallas to Miami, Mike Griffith and Josh Pate join us in the next couple of segments right here in your home for the college football playoffs. It's the next round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Takeuchi is a world leader in innovation for compact mini excavators, track loaders, and skid steers, and they continue to dominate the market today in design, capability, and power, with so many attachment possibilities ranging from milling heads to heavy-duty brush grapples to landscape buckets. Versatility is unmatched. Contact Cowan Equipment today to experience this firsthand on your job site. From short and long-term rental options, flexible rent-to-own, or straight purchase options, parts in stock and service you can depend on, let Cowan show you what it means to have a trusted partner who will keep you ahead of the game. Give them a call today, 1-800-239-2694, or visit them online. Go to cowan.com. Again, where you can always expect extra effort when it comes to your heavy equipment needs, call our friends at Cowan, the name you have trusted for decades. That phone number, 1-800-239-2694, or visit them online, cowan.com.
Holly Mack Wilson wants you to have a safe and enjoyable holiday season. To protect your home and keep it safe, Holly suggests the following tips. Water your tree daily. Use candles with care and caution. Keep your packages out of sight from doors and windows. If you travel, secure your home before leaving. Check all electrical circuits and don't overload them. Consider smart technology to protect your home. And for more information, always check out her website, hollymachomes.com. Happy holidays to all. Holly Mack Wilson, a Tuscaloosa Keller Williams agent. Cardinal Roofing would like to inform you of a few cardinal rules for roofing. Shingle roofs should be replaced every 10 to 15 years. Damage from storms may be covered by insurance. Leaks are typical where vent pipes come through the roof or in a valley where two slopes come together. But the most important cardinal rule is to always call Cardinal Roofing for all your roofing needs. Cardinal Roofing is your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 five-star reviews. 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663. Mention the Next Round and get $100 off your next roof replacement.
This hour of the Next Round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover, and coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to delicious.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
I want my lawn to look better than anybody else's on my street. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Here's one problem. I play a lot of golf, but I'm not a greenskeeper. It's why I depend on my friends at Wayne's. And now is the time to make sure your lawn is properly prepared to grow healthy and lush when spring rolls around. Let the lawn professionals at Wayne's set you up for success as your lawn enters dormancy for the winter season. I depend on them for my lawn. You should too. Get Wayne's treating your lawn now so it looks great in the spring. 866-WAYNES-1. That's 866-WAYNES-1.
We've told you about the excellent service you get from Excalibur Services for residential heating, cooling, and electrical problems. Now, you can also depend on Excalibur for all your plumbing needs. Excalibur will perform plumbing services in the same excellent manner as our heating, cooling, and electrical services. Highly trained plumbers now teaming up with highly trained HVAC and electrical service experts. At Excalibur, we have you covered. 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
What's new at Beef O'Brady's this holiday season? A new location. Beef O'Brady's just opened a new location at Brook Highlands Plaza on Highway 280. A great happy hour, food specials every Monday through Thursday, and great food and sports all week long. Open 7 days a week with more than 22 televisions and the Sunday ticket. It is your place to unwind, relax, and watch your favorite team play. Beef O'Brady's in Hoover, Helena, and now in Brook Highlands Plaza on Highway 280. Beef O'Brady's. Good food, good sports.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
And we know a lot of you are dealing with the aftermath of some bad storms that blew through all over the SEC footprint last night. We hope you're safe today. And we'll start this hour off before we bring in Mike Griffith and Josh Pate, the next couple of segments from Miami, to talk about the other semifinal game. I'm Jim Dunaway along with Ryan Brown out in Dallas. Lance Taylor back in Birmingham along with John Lunsford and Scott Forrester here on the Next Round. The headlines brought to you by our friends at Alabama Power. On a night as the storms blow through, you need to stay connected with Alabama Power.
Absolutely, and that's one thing they do a great job of, is making sure the lights stay on, and they're out there working hard today. Timely communication, more important than ever before. Alabama Power wants you to know you got options when it comes to reaching them beyond the phone or mail. Check outage alerts on nights like last night, where you could receive text or email notification where you experience an outage. For more information, visit alabamapower.com/alerts.
Auburn beats LSU to start SEC play last night, a battle of two top 20 teams. Same thing over in Tuscaloosa. Alabama beats Tennessee as the SEC season cranks out. Stetson Bennett will start the semifinal game for Georgia from Kirby Smart this week. Auburn's Colby Wooden announcing he's returning to Auburn next year. Big news for the Tigers there. And Keyshawn Boutte, everyone waiting to see if the best receiver in the SEC, or at least one of them, was going to go to a different school. Via his social media platform yesterday, he says he's locked in. Looks like he'll stay at LSU. Those are your headlines.
All right, let's go down to Miami. Mike Griffith with us now on the Pepsi hotline as he joins us from Miami for Georgia and Michigan. What's up, Mike? How are you?
Doing great, guys.
Thanks a lot. Mike with us, by the way, on the Pepsi hotline from Dog Nation, SEC Network. You see him there. Also, the Atlanta Journal-Constitution is part of Dog Nation there, at Mike Griffith 32 on Twitter. Kirby continues to answer JT Daniels' Stetson Bennett questions. I think another one today, if I'm not mistaken. Am I just seeing it more on Twitter, reading it more, or does he continue to be asked a lot about this?
I don't think he got asked about it today. I thought yesterday was like a preemptive strike press conference so that he wouldn't be asked about it today. There's really not much more to say. Kirby believes in Stetson Bennett. That's a source of division among the fan base, not on the staff. Kirby's the guy. He's the unquestioned leader, and what Kirby says goes. But the notion that it's just crazy to question it is incorrect. I mean, I know Stetson Bennett has said that, the people on Twitter aren't experts, but you know what? The people in the NFL are, and they don't want to see him. And the people that offer scholarships at other SEC schools are experts, and they didn't offer him a scholarship. And his own coaches had him as a fourth-stringer just a year and a half ago. So it's not some crazy notion to question whether or not a walk-on quarterback can win a national championship. It's unprecedented. And in fact, it wouldn't be very logical if you didn't question the quarterback position after the last performance against Alabama. So I think it's interesting. I think it's fascinating that this Georgia football team is in the college football playoff. They've ridden a great defense throughout the season. Certainly Alabama was able to expose that with Bryce Young's outstanding play. Not sure Michigan is going to be able to expose that secondary. I don't know that the Wolverines have the perimeter speed. They certainly don't have a quarterback like Bryce Young who does. So it makes for a very intriguing matchup, as I do think Georgia is still a bit staggered and not sure how they're going to come out of the corner when the bell rings, whereas, Michigan's got a lot of momentum coming into this contest.
You and I watched one of the worst protection games in my lifetime when Alabama couldn't protect Bryce down in the Iron Bowl. This Michigan team can get after the quarterback. How do you think the great Georgia offensive line can hold up against those defensive ends?
Well, I don't know how great the offensive line really is. I know they run the ball a lot. I know they hadn't really been asked to do a lot before the Alabama game, and Alabama was able to sack them 3 times once they were able to get Georgia behind and put them in down and distance situations. So I think it has a lot to do with Georgia's success running the football. I think for both teams, it's going to be really important to stay on schedule, stay ahead of the chains, stay out of those obvious pass situations, because as you said, Michigan, Aiden Hutchinson, and this is the number 1 overall projected pick in the NFL draft, and Ajabo is a guy that's projected number 10. So they have some dynamic defensive ends. And, of course, Georgia's front 7 has been celebrated all year. Now, Alabama was able to get the ball out quickly and run enough and effectively enough that Georgia didn't have any sacks in that game. So to your point, I think we watched Auburn record 7 sacks, and Alabama gets shut out for 3 quarters, and then 1 week later, Georgia's dominant defense got no sacks, and Bama had 31 points in 3 quarters. So it just goes to show you how important matchups are and how quickly things can change in 1 week. Now we're looking at 3 weeks. So really, really hard to project what's going to happen Friday night at 7:30 in Hard Rock Stadium.
Mike Griffith is with us on the Pepsi hotline at Mike Griffith 32, Atlanta Journal-Constitution, Dog Nation. You see him on the SEC Network as well. I want to ask you about Dan Lanning and Kirby Smart, because Kirby has done this before in Tuscaloosa, where he had the Georgia job, as you know, Mike, and continued to coach for Alabama. Do you get the feel that with Dan Lanning, Kirby, because of his experience, knew exactly how to handle this situation with Dan Lanning being the Oregon coach and also now coaching Georgia in this game and perhaps in the national championship game?
Yeah, we saw similar to Kevin Shear in 2017. I think this is becoming more a part of college football where guys are getting jobs and coaching through bowl games. So the fact that, Will Muschamp is over there and Glenn Schumann, of course, Kirby has his hands deep into the defense as well. I think Dan is still going to call the plays. I think they're going to try and keep things as normal as possible, but certainly Dan's been making some hires and has some time with Oregon on the clock. He's the Ducks head coach, but I don't think that's going to be a factor in this football game.
When you look at the Jim Harbaugh dynamic and how this season has played out, you've watched a lot of college football over the years. Very few people can get behind the 8 ball as much as Harbaugh was at Michigan and then turn it around and have this kind of success. Usually it leads to you leaving or getting fired. How impressive are you with this Michigan team and what Harbaugh did this year?
Well, you keep knocking on the door and eventually you break through. Was it, I don't know what to say about the Ohio State and Ryan Day. And, that if the temperature is 30 degrees warmer in Ann Arbor, if the game's played in, there's a lot of factors that go into this. Michigan, it's not like Michigan's dropped off and turned into a horrible program. That's never been the case. They've got great talent. They're always pretty good. Of course, we're all on the periphery and we notice how they do against Ohio State. And so, they haven't beat Ohio State since 2011. So, but not all was bad. Michigan, won some football games and beat some good teams. I think they beat Florida not too long ago in a bowl. So I don't think that the program had ever really fallen off. At the same time, I don't necessarily want to say it was by default. I don't want to say, Ohio State, just wasn't a typical Ohio State. But, you do wonder a little bit. I wonder a little bit, really, about college football this year. And I'll throw this out there, and I don't want to insult Alabama. I don't want to insult Georgia or Michigan or Cincinnati, but Do any of us believe any of these 4 football teams would have beaten 2018 Clemson, 2019 LSU, or 2020 Alabama? I don't.
No. Yeah, and I agree with you. And that was going to be my next question. Was Alabama fans seem to be in a very comfortable place after what happened in Atlanta, and you've watched this Alabama team all year long. There is a helter and a skelter to what they've put on tape this year. Do you believe Alabama can do it for 8 more quarters and win another national championship?
Yeah, obviously. I mean, I think great quarterback play is the constant that I've seen from national championship teams of late. Now, this year could prove to be an outlier, but in Bryce Young, you've got a really special guy there. And I'm not telling you anything you don't know, but I mean, it goes beyond that. I mean, you put Bryce Young behind what Mac Jones had last year, and it would have been even more devastating. I mean, this kid had the mobility, the ability to keep the eyes down. If this is the disciplined version, if Johnny Manziel ever would have got his act together and showed discipline, it would look a lot like Bryce Young. I mean, he's just dynamic. And I think Alabama fans should feel good and feel confident. I mean, that's why Nick Saban gets paid $10 million a year, because he is at the forefront of college football, because he is the best mind in the game. He is the innovator. I mean, he's the master crew chief for all those Talladega fans. Nick's always got a little something extra under the hood. He's always up on the latest technology. He always finds those cubic dollars in the engine, right? I mean, he's just a guy that always seems to have Alabama one step ahead of the pack. And right when you think you've caught him, is myself and many others, I said Kirby Smart had Nick right where he wanted him, and I think he did. But having Nick where you wanted him and beating him are 2 different things. And so, yes, Alabama is the prohibitive favorite. I think there's some internal bleeding at Georgia. We'll see if they can get it together in time to beat Michigan. They should, on paper. I mean, this Georgia team's going to have 12 or 13 guys drafted. And I know that makes you fall out of your chair, but stop and look at it. There's 3 projected first-rounders right now. That doesn't count the 8 Senior Bowl invites that they have. Typically, Senior Bowl invites get drafted, and then there's 2 or 3 other underclassmen that are recently, graded out as having draftable grades. So, I mean, this is an incredibly talented Georgia team, and yet there are questions in the secondary, and I dare say at quarterback. And again, I'm not trying to hate on this guy. People take it as a personal criticism, but at the end of the day, Georgia was the only team to offer Stetson Bennett a scholarship, and Kirby may very well end up looking like the smartest guy in the room. But if he loses with JT Daniels on the bench, then he'll look probably the opposite of that.
All right, he is Mike Griffith at Mike Griffith 32 on Twitter is where you go to follow him. Read him at the AJC and Dog Nation. See him on the SEC Network. Mike, thank you so much for the time. Always great talking with you.
Appreciate it, guys.
All right, take care. Mike Griffith with us on the Pepsi Hotline from down in Miami as Lance rejoins us. I thought that was an interesting way of describing internal bleeding.
Yeah, he uses. That's why I always love Mike. He great phrasing on things, and he's really dialed into not just Georgia but several SEC programs. Good sources there, and I wonder, LT, how you feel about we'll call it swagger or the mindset, the mentality of the game for Georgia as they get ready to play Michigan tomorrow night.
I just got off the phone with somebody, and they're heading to a casino, and they were telling me, man, I really like Michigan on this money line, and that's to tread lightly.
No.
We are going to see a Georgia team that we saw pre-SEC championship. I just think it was a perfect storm for Alabama. I really do. I think Georgia does have an elite defense. I think Stetson Bennett is better than given credit for. What's the latest on George Pickens?
They're cleared and they're able to play. He was still working his way back into more reps in the SEC championship game, had 1 catch deep, but those guys are back and eligible, out of protocol, and both ready to go.
Yeah, again, 1 reception when he came back from having that extended time off with the injury against Georgia Tech, and then he had the 1 big reception against Alabama. I think he's going to be a bigger factor. And then Brock Bowers. I mean, that's a guy that almost took the game over against Alabama. And I just don't think they've seen speed from the tight end position like that in the Big Ten. And I think Georgia's going to play a complete game. I think they're going to be flawless. I think much like Alabama had a chip on their shoulder and something to prove in Atlanta in the SEC championship, I think that's Georgia and Miami. I think Georgia will play a flawless 60 minutes, and I think Georgia wins this game going away by – I could see them win the game by 21 points.
Well, let's do some sounds of the game from that Orange Bowl game, and it's brought to you today by our friends at Mortgage Right. Whether you're in Miami, Birmingham, or right here in Dallas, Texas, there's a Mortgage Right office waiting to get you a new mortgage or a refinancing in 2022.
Yeah, Dunaway, if you're ready to make some major money moves, but your bank account is at a standstill, well, our friends at Mortgage Right, they can help you get the ball rolling with a cash out refinance. If you need to pay off debt, renovate your home, whatever needs funding in your future, if you've got the home equity to back it up, our refinancing experts nationwide at Mortgage Right, they'll guide you through the process with ease. You can make your home work for you. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today, NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
All right, Lunsford is manning all the audio, he and Forrester today. Let's start cut 16 down at the bottom of the sheet, 16 and 15, Lunsford. First, Kirby Smart, and then Todd Monken. Kirby is up first talking about just what Brown was talking to Mike Griffith about. Stetson Bennett at quarterback, JT Daniels on the bench, and just because it's the quarterback position, it makes it a difficult change for a head coach. Here's Kirby down in Miami.
Our coaches may be more reluctant to make a change there than they would at safety or right guard because of that team rhythm or the styles of the quarterbacks?
I think it's hard to say. I think it's all based on the situation in the game, the things you discussed prior to what's going on in the game, how has practice gone during the week and previous weeks. It's certainly something that we talk about as a staff. But, yeah, it's different than other positions when it comes to making that decision for your whole team. And certainly that guy is the face and the leader of the team and gets the most reps. You know, Stetson's our starting quarterback. So, again, the JT situation will be a matter of, you know, is the situation right? And also, is he healthy enough?
Yeah, that's Kirby Smart talking about just how tough that is. One more, Todd Monken here, and then I want your reaction to the way Stetson Bennett really gets no credit for this team being he's almost this version of Kelly Bryant this year. Here's Todd Monken on what he sees in Stetson Bennett. He looks at Stetson and sees double rainbows, man.
The reason Stetson Bennett plays is we think he gives us the best chance to win. Without getting into too much detail, we think he gives us the best chance to win. And that's really the end of that question. You know, I think Stetson, at times, I'm talking about me, have probably undervalued his skill set. You know, we've tried to elevate guys that have talent on our roster, and we do that at every position. And some guys just combat that and fight and scratch and continue to play well and try to prove you wrong. And that's what Stetson Bennett did. And it wasn't really anything JT did. It was more along the lines of what Stetson did that we thought gave us the best chance to win.
Yeah, interesting there from Todd Monken. They LT Browning, it seems like they've tried. Well, they have. We've watched it happen for 3 years now. They've tried to make this kid leave, and he just won't go away.
Well, I mean, you got to respect it, Lance. The fact that, you know, Stetson Bennett has just continued to play the way he's played. I think he maxes out his ability, which is normally a compliment, but it's like this kid almost ends up getting criticized for. He's beloved until he runs up against an Alabama or an elite team and loses a game, and then everybody starts to talk about, well, he's a good kid, great story. But we got to have JT Daniels. We got to have something else.
Well, you know, two things. If we had never seen Stetson Bennett in 2020 and JT Daniels wasn't in the fold, I just wonder how different we would think of Stetson Bennett.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, if it'd been Stetson Bennett from day one, and JT Daniels never transfers in, Lance, I mean, to answer that question, though, I don't know that they are where they are right now. I know that sounds weird because Bennett has done all the starting, but I just don't know that that it's the same thing. I don't know. I mean, this is such a complicated situation. It's almost unlike anything we've ever really seen in a team like this.
So,
well, you look at Stetson Bennett, and to his credit, I mean, he's progressed as a quarterback. We were talking about Brock Purdy and, that final play for Iowa State to end his career last night. He was a guy that he never got better, in my opinion. And Stetson Bennett, from last year to this year, completion percentage is up 10%. Touchdowns to interception was almost even last year, 24 touchdowns this year, 7 interceptions. And I think the most underrated part of Stetson Bennett's game is his ability to extend plays with his legs. I mean, he's an athletic quarterback.
He really is, and he hopes to bounce back from the only loss of the year to Alabama, getting a second shot, not as SEC champions, to win a national championship. We've seen Alabama do that once in 2011 and again in 2017. Georgia's trying to follow that path and become a national champion without winning a conference championship. Their first step, getting past Michigan. Interesting story from Dennis Dodd, who was on our bonus show yesterday, our Cotton Bowl special last night. And you can go watch that at any time right on our YouTube channel or on our Twitter feed at Next Round Live for both of those. But Dennis said in his column today, and he said it last night, Georgia can't worry about exercising the demons against Alabama. They need to focus on Michigan first, so they never get that shot again. So big, tall order for Georgia and Michigan tomorrow down at the Orange Bowl. We'll talk more about that game and the game here in Dallas with Josh Pate. He's coming up on the other side. Part of the show being brought to you by the one and only Tom Beckby. We had some people behind us watching the show earlier, and people were wondering if the guy in the Legion shirt was Tom Beckby himself back there.
Oh, it could have been. I didn't notice.
Tom Beckby's in a little bit of Tom Beckby in everybody.
That's right. I think so. I think we all got a little Tom Beckby in us. Alabama company, they love outdoor clothing, but they also wanted to look great in the city. They couldn't find what they wanted, so they made it themselves. It is time-tested. It's rugged. Those are the materials they use. The Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, you can see it, or you can go online, tombeckby.com. That's BECKBE, tombeckby.com, or the Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Life never stops moving. Between the 30-minute commutes, daycare pickups, and that weekend trip to Grandma's, you're racking up the miles. What you need is a tire that can keep up, like the exceptionally long-lasting Michelin Defender tire. With an 80,000-mile warranty and the safety you expect, you can lose track of the miles and focus on what really matters, the memories made along the way. Stop in today. Vehicle safety you can depend on. Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 locations in the Birmingham area. Visit VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Hi, it's me, Electra. Being Birmingham's goddess of electricity, I know the Magic City didn't grow by magic. Its growth is powered by connections. Now that First Bank, a Southern bank known for great connections, opened in Homewood, you have legendary service and great digital banking to power your growth. If I could just connect with that big guy on the horizon.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You'll hear from Bruce Pearl and Nate Oates after their big SEC opening wins last night in Auburn and Tuscaloosa. In our next segment, Josh Pate is simply 30 seconds away from the beautiful beaches of Miami, where a guy like Josh Pate, cut up, in shape, younger than me, no doubt goes shirtless on South Beach. We'll ask that question in a second. But first, if you've got an outdoor enthusiast in your life, we get the opportunity to give you an outdoor bundle right now from our friends at Pradco Outdoor Brand. Shopping for the outdoor enthusiasts this holiday season, you can save 40% on the Pradco Outdoor Brand Signature Hunting Holiday Bundle. The bundle includes a trail camera, deer feeder, hand warmer, and scent elimination spray from your favorite hunting brands, Moultrie, Summit, and Decode by Code Blue. Purchase online via the Moultrie, Summit, or Code Blue websites. This offer ends tomorrow. Free shipping on all the bundles, so get it in today, all the way through closing time tomorrow. It's that outdoor bundle from Pradco.
All right, so am I the one that has to go to him now?
Does he have a shirt on?
I don't know. He's got a robe on or something like that. What are you, robed?
That's the question. Before we start the playoffs, I just want a nice old-fashioned prop bet. We're going to go even juice. Do I have a shirt on underneath this towel? Because it's 83 degrees outside right now.
Yeah. LT, LT's kind of the odds maker on the show.
Yeah, I think the only person that cares, Josh, is Dunaway. The way he said
There we go.
Yeah, he's got a shirt on.
The disappointment.
Oh, wow, Joe.
Yeah, okay.
So awkward. Josh Pate is with us at Late Kick Josh. See him on 24/7. How are you? Well, how are things in Miami?
It's good. I've been keeping track. I've eaten into the tens of thousands of calories down here so far. Mildly sunburned. That's why I'm not outside. I'm in this dark, very controlled climate of a hotel room. But it's really good. I don't know if you guys feel this out in Dallas, but it's kind of felt, and I always feel this way around the semifinals. When you're coming off Christmas, the college football calendar is so abnormally structured to where you're coming off a big seasonal holiday, and then you're trying to gear right back up and you're trying to go into a college football holiday. And it always feels to me like that late Wednesday or that Thursday or whatever, the 24 to 48 hour time period before those games kick off, that's really when you start to feel, oh, that's right, I'm here for a reason. That's kind of how I feel this morning.
So Michigan should be undefeated. We all saw Michigan State. They blew a 16-point lead. This is a really good Michigan team. But, Josh, I'm a little surprised at how many people think Michigan's going to win this game straight up. I understand that Georgia played far from their best against Alabama in this SEC championship game, but I still believe Georgia's got an elite defense. I think they've got too many athletes. I think Georgia wins this game going away. Where are you on this game?
Yeah, there's a lot of that energy down here too. I think there are a lot of folks looking for reasons to pick Michigan. You guys cover Alabama a lot. They do it with Bama all the time. People are looking for a reason. I think the reason they have found in large quantities is a lack of an elite playmaker out wide for Georgia. Obviously, non-elite quarterback play, not bad, but non-elite. And look, to me, when you have those kinds of ingredients involved here, even if Georgia has edge recruiting rankings, has edge talent roster, and any kind of edge you want to give them, it's never insurmountable if you lack those ingredients at quarterback and wide receiver. So then I'll tell you the biggest thing that I think to watch in this game is early on, watch for the same things that Alabama was able to do. When Alabama's offensive line, surprising to many, was able to stand up to Georgia, and there was no pressure on Bryce Young early, all of a sudden you go from thinking, ooh, it's 10-0, and then I wonder if Georgia's going to pull away with this to, oh my goodness, Alabama's offense is having a field day. Now, Michigan does not possess that kind of offensive firepower. What they do possess, at least in terms of the awards given out, is the best offensive line in the country. So early on, if I'm backing Michigan, if I'm making that devil's advocate argument, I would say we trust our running backs. But even if we can't run the ball for 6 yards a carry against Georgia, we trust our offensive line. And Cade McNamara may not be ready to throw for 450 yards, but he may be ready to throw for a high efficiency, high completion percentage number. He may be able to move the chains for us. And all of a sudden, we're on the field. And you're talking like about Jordan Davis being gassed again in the second half. And maybe we, if I'm Michigan, we're doing a little more through the air than you thought we would. I think there are ways, in other words, to craft that argument, even if I may slightly lean on the other side of things.
Josh Pate is with us, 24/7 Sports at Late Kick Josh. He is on the Pepsi hotline. There is so much talk about Jim Harbaugh. I was trying to remember who was. Oh, it was Roman Harper, who was with us earlier this week from the SEC Network, Josh. And he said, I played against a guy in the NFL. You can count on him doing I'm the smartest guy in the room move during these games. If they work, great. But if not, these are the types of things that can get you beat. Do you think that's a fair knock on Harbaugh that like a lot of coaches, he would not be alone in this, that he likes to show he's the smartest guy in the room sometimes and it can get him beat?
Yeah, sometimes it can. I think he would just argue, or he would counter, if you could ever get media availability out of him. He would counter with, well, I'll tell you what just happened there. What just happened last year around this time is everyone wondered whether I was going to be fired, and I came back and had to take a reduced salary to do it. And guess what? I still didn't do. I still really didn't change anything. Like Michigan football right now is still what it's been under me. I brought in Josh Gaddis a couple of years ago. We may have made a tweak here or a tweak there, but I think if anything, if you want to call that arrogance or stubbornness, those things have been emboldened by the fact that he stayed and doubled down on Jim Harbaugh. And now all of a sudden, here they are in the college football playoff. So, yeah, but look, aside from that, if you look at the matchup advantages for Georgia, one of the ways to counter that is either winning what I call the Bob statistic, which is the bounce of ball statistic, which isn't a real statistic. You just got to have some things break your way. The hidden yardage battle of special teams and field position, and see if you break one of those, double reverse, halfback pass, all those wrinkles we've seen from them throughout the year. It could be that in a high volatility, high variance kind of game like I think we're going to have, where one of those plays could change things, that's exactly what could happen. One of those, if you pop it, it could take you from 27-23 to 30-27, and could be Michigan headed to Indianapolis.
Josh Pate's with us on the Pepsi hotline. The late kick, Josh Pate. Everybody loves him. When you look at this Alabama team here in Dallas, and Bryce Young just became the first Alabama quarterback ever to win the Heisman Trophy, and you look at all the different styles of quarterbacks that has won a national championship for Nick Saban, is this the guy that the team relies on more than any of the other guys, more than McElroy, more than McCarron, Coker, and the other guys that have won it, Tua and Jalen, and then Mac Jones? It seems like this team, it's Bryce Young or die.
Yeah, I don't know why people didn't latch on to that earlier in the year. I guess it's because Alabama was not running up the kind of scores that people expect them to run up. I don't know. Maybe you guys felt different. When I watched Bama this year, and I watched the correlation of the Heisman conversation with Bryce Young's performance, I thought they were detached. Like I thought Will Anderson should have gotten a lot more push. But in absence of that being a real consideration, I thought Bryce Young was far and away the best quarterback in the country from the early portion of the season on. And everyone could point and say, okay, well, if he was really that, Alabama wouldn't have lost to A&M. They wouldn't have barely beaten Florida. I would come back and say, this is a 4-loss team. That's a 3 or 4 loss team without Bryce Young. Let me give you guys a little backstory here. I talked to a Heisman voter, and I'm going to spell out how insane this process is. I talked to a Heisman voter who had Matt Corral number 1. I think he had Hutchinson number 2, had Bryce Young, I think, 3rd. And I asked him, what is wrong with you? And he said, well, it's Alabama. So without Bryce Young, they'd still be Alabama. No, they wouldn't. Not this year, they wouldn't. I think if you were to get Truth Serum and Nick Saban, or if we got him after the season and he just unwound a little bit and he honestly assessed this team, I think he'd look at it and say the same thing. That guy at quarterback in his first year as a starter, he barely even got meaningful mop-up time last year. Remember, he's our first-year starter for us and completely carried this team. So, yes, I think it's the most valuable quarterback they've ever had.
He's making a lot of money. They're in the Big 12 now, and he's gotten them to a college football playoff. Do you believe Luke Fickell now is a lifer at Cincinnati?
I don't believe that. No. But I say that, and then it'll sound like I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth. I do believe he is fully immersed himself in the job there. And I think Luke Fickell has interwoven himself in the culture of Cincinnati football. I think that's the antithesis of what Brian Kelly was at Notre Dame, which sounds weird because Kelly was there for a long time. But now that he's exited, and a lot of people feel more emboldened to tell the truth, they say Brian Kelly never really embraced what Notre Dame was. We tolerated it because the guy was winning, and that's ultimately what we wanted him to do. But Brian Kelly and Notre Dame, they were never one. They were two entities, and one happened to employ the other. Luke Fickell is Cincinnati. He feels like Cincinnati. And when you cut him open, Cincinnati comes out. Having said that, if we got that old truth serum injected in him, I think he would admit to you there are higher aspirations. There are probably 1 or 2 of those name brand jobs. We never fully know what that list is. You hear rumors. You never fully know that he may want to challenge himself with one day. But I think the difference is if Fickell were to leave Cincinnati tomorrow or 3 years from now, aside from just an ultra messy exit, I don't think anyone would blame him for it. I think he's more than given that program everything that they asked for.
Josh Pate is with us 24/7 Sports. He's on the Pepsi hotline. We were at a restaurant, Dunaway and I, here at the hotel last night, watching the college basketball games in Oklahoma and Oregon. And a Cincinnati fan and his daughter came in and sat down next to us at the bar. And he said, I fully believe. Now, this guy's got his Cincinnati gear on. He's in Dallas. He says, I fully believe that this guy takes the Ohio State job because I fully believe Ryan Day's taking the Chicago Bears job. Wow. And this guy lives in Columbus, by the way. Now, I'm not suggesting he's an insider. I'm just saying, Josh, that's this is a guy that spent money to be in Dallas and buy these tickets to watch this game. And he seemed kind of cool with it. He was like, hey, look, the guy, he's put us where we never thought we would be. He's the reason we're in the Big 12 right now. I would appreciate him, but I'm guaranteeing you that's what he's about to do.
Yeah, so let's say that were to happen. I certainly don't have inside information on that front. But if that were to happen, his attitude, even though it may be anecdotal in the ballroom of a hotel room there, I think it really is emblematic of how a lot of people would feel. I was on one of those insane Twitter spaces a couple of weeks ago for Oregon when Mario left, and some of the former players, one in particular, was coming out and saying, I don't like this because he used us. So we only need to get former players as head coaches here so they don't use us. And then another former player fires back and says, how could he have used us if he's leaving the program in a better spot than it was when he got here? And Cincinnati would say that times 100 about Luke Fickell. And there's no one in their right mind who would get mad. Notice I said right mind. That would get mad at anyone leaving Cincinnati in better shape than they got there and going to Ohio State in the process. He has paid every bit of his dues there.
Who would you like to travel the country with more? Dana Holgerson, or let's throw out, I don't know, Dr. Fauci?
That's such a weird question.
Who would you like to travel the country with? Your Renaissance tour next year, 2022. Would you like to take Hogo with you?
All right. Look, It depends on how we're traveling. If we're traveling standard, I don't know that Dana Holgerson's a guy that I want to be on 13th row of Southwest with. But like, let's say we were freight hopping across the country, which I've done, not across the country, but which I've done a time or 10. I would be fascinated at being out on the open rail in like a CSX boxcar for an extended period of time with Dana Holgerson, because I really think that's the kind of guy who has a side of him that doesn't fully come alive until he's just exposed to the elements. Dr. Fauci, I don't think has left the zip code of Washington, D.C. probably in the last 20 or 25 years. So I don't know that that's the guy I want out on the open rail with me. Dana Holgerson conditionally is my answer, but I have to be able to select the transportation.
Yeah, you don't have to wait 20 minutes though to jump in line anywhere.
I mean, yeah, but Dana Holgerson, and this is not a compliment. Normally, I would say I don't mean this as a slight. It can only be taken this way. Josh, I think he's one of the few college football head coaches that with just a slight wardrobe adjustment looks like a hobo.
Yeah. And that's the way I try and live my life. And that's why I think I identify with a little side of him. I don't know if the first thing I want to do at the conclusion of a bowl game is say, I want to talk about how we could fix this bowl game. You're talking the abstract. You're supposed to talk about bowl season or the transfer portal. You don't snap your fingers at the bowl reps and say, hey, I know you hosted me all week, but come here. I got some problems with you people and you're going to hear them.
All right,
That's
go
very
follow him.
Dunaway.
Yeah. What, LT?
Yeah,
so that's very Dunaway-like.
Oh, yeah.
I admitted that. I admitted that on
the little
Twitter.
Dana Holgerson in you.
I admitted that on Twitter the other day when I called him an asshole. And Josh, you came back and said, "Oh, I get it, Peach Cup." And I said, "Listen, I've been a Peach Cup guy since 1992. I am the asshole that Dana Holgerson is. Absolutely."
Yep. Nobody's disagreeing.
Well, it's not that I didn't have anything to say. I just think sometimes comments need a little while to sizzle. And that one needed a little while to sizzle. I think that I could break open a fortune cookie, and if I saw that, it would be a good day.
All right, go follow him at Late Kick Josh. Watch him at 24/7. Josh, thanks a lot. Enjoy the game. We'll catch up again soon.
All right, guys, I appreciate it.
All right, buddy. Take care. Josh Pate with us on the Pepsi Hotline from down in Miami.
All right. Always love catching up with that guy and Mike Griffith. A couple of good guests there. If you missed any of them, podcasted for you. If you could tell a friend, right there, nextroundlive.com, nextroundlive.com. Hey, when we come back, we'll jump back into basketball for a segment, and then we'll jump back into the semifinal games, which are now just one day away. It sort of feels like it's one day away. We've been here in Dallas a long time. I know you're missing us, LT, but no matter where you're moving your equipment, we've seen big haulers bringing in the $1 Million Band and other things. If you've got to ship something across the country, we've got our friends at Ship Happen. They can make it happen for you.
They can, Dunaway. In today's ever-changing market, your supply chain, it's a major factor in maintaining and growing relationships with your customers. Safe, on time, and affordable shipments, they are crucial. With over 20 years combined experience and relationships, Jeff and Griffin at Ship Happens, they've got the ability to get ship done. From LTL, van, flatbed, heavy haul, and expedited, Ship Happens, ready to bring a solution to all of your transportation problems. Don't have an accident and ship yourself. Call the guys at Ship Happens, 205-605-8101.
So good right now, they only need one name, Bruce and Nate. You hear from their post-game comments when we come back on TNR.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, beginning this month, our friends at Wayne's Pest Control, they're introducing their new Smart Pest solution. Smart Pest combines the effectiveness of traditional pest control services with 24/7 rodent monitoring. Smart Pest monitors and proactively communicates to prevent an infestation. Smart Pest is the most intelligent, eco-friendly pest control solution available today. Call 866-WAYNES1 and mention offer code TNR to receive $60 off your initial Smart Pest service. That's 866-WAYNES1.
It's nonstop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play over 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Birmingham Racecourse Casino 7 days of giveaways is going on right now. We're giving away $100,000. That's right, $100,000 will be given away at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459 exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
The next round is on the road in Dallas for the college football playoff. Thanks to our presenting sponsors, Wayne's, Champy's World Famous Chicken, Hemp Hill Services, Culver's, and Dr. Pepper. The live show every day plus specialty shows every night. The college football playoffs on the next round.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services, a name you can now trust for all your plumbing needs. Call 205-718-8688 for all your residential HVAC, electrical, and now plumbing needs. Excalibur Services, Alabama license 15214.
Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction. Stay up to date with the next round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Life never stops moving. Between the 30-minute commutes, daycare pickups, and that weekend trip to Grandma's, you're racking up the miles. What you need is a tire that can keep up, like the exceptionally long-lasting Michelin Defender tire. With an 80,000-mile warranty and the safety you expect, you can lose track of the miles and focus on what really matters, the memories made along the way. Stop in today. Vehicle safety you can depend on. Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 locations in the Birmingham area. Visit VulcanTireandAuto.com.
With college football coming to a close, the work doesn't stop for LancesLock.com. College hoops, the NBA, the NFL playoffs, all the way through the Super Bowl. If there is action out there, we've got action on it. Get on board with us. It's the greatest deal in the history of sports gambling at only $90 a month. That breaks down to $3 a day, and you get it all. Basketball, football, baseball, and more. Go to LancesLock.com to subscribe. If you're tired of losing, start playing and win with us. LancesLock.com. Again, go online, LancesLock.com.
We're back with you on the next round, live from Dallas and Birmingham, as we get ready for Alabama-Cincinnati final walkthroughs today at AT&T Stadium, and a variety of different pep rallies going on, as we've seen the Cincinnati and Alabama bands and cheerleaders moving on. And I don't know what's going on behind us now, Brown, out there. I don't know if it's travel people, wedding, or what, but there's a whole host of young ladies in dresses using the skyline on the patio behind us right now to get some work done. All right, we're out here live and back in Birmingham. John Lunsford's going to tell us about Adam Mestre and the fine folks right there who will help us out. Tell us about Rockstar's Guy, Luntz.
Yeah, it's Adam Mestre at MD Realty. Adam is a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you. Right? Why rent when you can buy? Think of selling your house in the spring? You need to act now because January is one of the busiest months when it comes to listing homes. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Last night, big win for Auburn as they ended LSU's unbeaten streak to start their season. Bruce Pearl afterwards did exactly what LT did starting the show, just raved about Walker Kessler. Here's Bruce after the game.
But our defense was outstanding. It starts and ends with Walker Kessler. Walker gets a triple-double tonight. his ability to protect the rim, and just, I mean, LSU got the ball to some really good spots, and Walker just cleans everything up. So, boy, if there's a better defender, a shot blocker, rim protector in the country, I haven't seen him.
So, LT, Bruce saying what you said earlier, so many different parts for Auburn, and it all starts, though, on the defensive end. Their defense turns into points so much, and that was evident in that 18-1 start last night.
Well, you know what's amazing is LSU, I think we all agree, Brown. I think you said, hey, look, I don't know if they're, one of the top 2 or 3 teams in the SEC, but they're probably a top 20 team, which I agree with. But LSU had 18 field goals. Auburn had 14 blocks. To almost have as many blocks as
true.
a team had field goals is amazing. Auburn just gets after you defensively. And again, Kessler is such a difference maker, 11 block shots. And, you don't even – there's not a statistic for the altered shots. But he is going to be a major difference maker. And, again, I think Auburn is going to – if they can stay healthy, they're going to be a major, major factor in March.
Yeah, this feels like – I don't want to get out over my skis right here. This feels like the most complete –
I was about to use that word –
roster and – lineup Bruce Pearl's had at Auburn.
A more complete team than the one that went to the Final Four.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily saying better, Lance, because that Final Four team, I mean, Jared Harper and that crew, there's some great players. I mean, Jabari Smith's as good as anybody that was on that team.
Well, I think that backcourt had a ton of experience. I think when you go with the experience of that backcourt, that would be a difference. But this front line, and the size of this team, when you put Smith in there and his ability, the versatility for him being, a legit 6'10", and then Kessler, a legit 7-footer with his versatility, this is just a unique roster.
So Auburn is off to a 1-0 start in SEC play. So too is Alabama. As Alabama beat Tennessee in a hard-fought game over in Tuscaloosa last night. LT, when we talked on our Cotton Bowl special last night, 5-7, we were getting ready for those games to tip, and we were mentioning to you that Tennessee was going to be down a couple of their big players. It was their 2 biggest players, but Alabama overcame a lot of mistakes. They got a great performance from a guy they picked up in a transfer as well. Like Auburn got Kessler, Alabama got Gurley. And last night he showed up, and Nate Oates talked about that performance last night in T-Town.
A lot of credit to our guys. Noah Gurley, best game he's played since he's been here, but he's been in the gym working. I mean, he's maybe our hardest worker. We've got some hardworking guys, and that work doesn't go unrewarded. I mean, he's going to stay in the gym. He's going to work. He's going to trust his work. He's got a lot of confidence. He stepped up in a big way when we needed him. He came up with 10 rebounds. We've been on him about rebounding more. We ended up out-rebounding them by 8, which is big because we've had some rebounding issues, and they're big. I mean, Plavkic is big, and we went small a lot, and we needed Noah to play the way he did, and he stepped up for us.
And he did that, and our friend Jeremy, who's a Tennessee fan, commenting in our Farmfolio chat room, Lance, says because Tennessee was without their best 2 players, he still believes Tennessee is better than Alabama and better than almost everybody in the league, that it may come down to Auburn and Tennessee for the SEC championship this year. What do you think of that Tennessee team?
Well, without Chandler and Fulkerson, for them to have a double-digit lead, to have every opportunity in the final couple of minutes to win that game, I mean, in Coleman Coliseum, I think I would lean that Tennessee's the better team right now. But at the same time, Shackelford and Quinterly were a combined 3 of 17 behind the arc. You're not going to get that night in, night out. So, everybody at full speed, Alabama hitting their shots. I don't know. I think they're pretty, equitable teams. I lean Tennessee might be a little bit better. But again, I think when you look at Alabama, you look at Auburn, you look at Tennessee, I think you could have 3 of the top 10 teams right now in college basketball.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's the Ken Palm and others will tell you that you've got some really elite basketball teams happening this year.
And by the way, Kentucky looked really good last night too.
Yeah, and I believe it was Wimp on the show yesterday who said Kentucky has improved so much from the start of the season that they will be a threat to win the SEC as well. It's funny that we can go that deep.
Yeah,
into
Kentucky's a threat?
Yeah, it's funny we can go that deep into an SEC race conversation, mention Auburn, Tennessee, and Alabama, and then, oh, yeah, by the way, Kentucky is right there. By the way, football is happening. We'll give you a scoreboard update after LT tells us about the great folks at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. They bring us 3 and Out a little bit later in the show, but also a great place for you to go get new tires for 2022.
Yeah, locally owned and operated, just fantastic work. Anything you need bumper to bumper, these guys can handle. The wheel alignment, the tires, the brakes. You need to get the car winterized, take it in. Locally owned and operated, 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Undermanned and challenged offensively. Don't worry about it. South Carolina scores first against North Carolina, 7-0 there in the Dukes Mayo Bowl. Early kick there in Charlotte. This should be a fun game to watch, especially if South Carolina can keep scoring points, LT.
Yeah, a little surprise there. I gave out North Carolina today. We'll see what happens. I know that's Wimp's Blue Plate special as well. This number has just exploded, and I think it went off at like 10.5. We'll see what happens. Sam Howell's last game, I fully expect Sam Howell to have a really big game against Gamecocks, though.
Yeah, well, he's got to get going. They just kicked it back to South Carolina. Love the look. Both teams wearing home uniforms in that one, the powder blue and the garnet and black there of the Gamecocks as that game is underway. All right, when we come back, we've got a fact or fiction for you we'll get to. LT's got trash, still got Chris Doering coming up a little bit later on in the show. That show being brought to you in part by our friends right there at Nichols Outfitters, getting you ready for another season outdoors.
Well, because they have got the best firearm showroom in the state, the best botanical team really anywhere. It's a great place to go for all the outdoor lovers that are in your life. If you're that outdoor lover, go to Nichols Outfitters. You need to get there. They've got the inventory and the expertise to get you what you're looking for at Nichols Outfitters. Exit 242 in Pelham or online, nicholsoutfitters.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here from The Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they're opening their 10th office location in Central Alabama this month. To find your agent, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Let's face it, we all have a favorite something. This is LT talking about my favorite men's store, Shea's in downtown Homewood. Why do I like this store so much? And what makes Shea's so unique? Well, to start, they have been in business since 1922. Yes, 1922. And they offer an eclectic mix of menswear brands from classic to contemporary, such names as Xenia, Canali, Peter Millar, and many more. They have an in-house alteration personnel who understands that fit is key. And Shea's gets it right. Whether they're fitting a suit, shirt, or jeans, they offer unbeatable service with a sales staff that truly understands the products and how they fit your individual lifestyle in any occasion. Whether it's your work, leisure time with friends, or a formal event like a wedding, stop by Shea's and see if you don't agree. This store is simply the best. That is Shea's in historic downtown Homewood, where you will feel at home when you arrive and well-dressed when you leave.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services, a name you can now trust for all your plumbing needs. Call 205-718-8688 for all your residential HVAC, electrical, and now plumbing needs. Excalibur Services, Alabama license 15214.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, second half of the show now as we broadcast live from the location of the Cotton Bowl, the 86 Cotton Bowl Classic. Since 1937, this game has been one of the bigger in college football. None bigger this year because it's for the right to go play for a national championship. The playoff semifinal tomorrow, 2:30 over at AT&T Stadium, 2:30 Central. Just down the road from here at the Omni Hotel, where we have been stationed all week long. Jim Dunaway, Ryan Brown. Back in Birmingham, our man Lance Taylor, John Lunsford, and Scott Forrester, Rockstar, on vacation this week. And we roll into another hour being brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. They bring you this hour number 3 every day on the show. Sterling and the gang down there now officially open for lunch, and you can get by there and see them today on Highway 119 and order some great chicken platters with the great southern sides. I always recommend chicken on a stick if you like a little spice to it, and also those wonderful Mississippi Delta tamales. Great dessert, cold brews as well. Your home for blues, brews, and bird is Champy's Chicken, champy'schicken.com. Behind us here, the $1 Million Band from Alabama, 400 strong here in Dallas, about to go in and do their awards banquet. You have to do so much on the road this time of year, and they've already been to a pep rally this morning, changed clothes. They're about to do an awards banquet, and later on they'll do a battle of the bands. So that's what the $1 Million Band is out doing today, about to do their banquet for the year, just across from us here on the 3rd floor of the Omni Hotel. We start this hour off with a story that LT wanted to talk about today, and that is ESPN.com's ranking of the 25 best players that are in this college football playoff. And I know you, Brownie, a couple of weeks ago, you had a story of the biggest impact players in this, and they sort of intertwine each other here. They sort of blend together the best players in this college football playoff this year. And LT, the first thing you said, hey, let's talk about this today, because I don't know if you were amazed, but you made a point. It's got a lot of crimson and white on there. People will talk about the talent level on this team is not to usual Alabama championship-like standards, but still, when you put everybody on the table here, Alabama's got a lot of talent, and this list shows that.
Well, some people are surprised Alabama's the number 1 seed, I guess, just because, there were shaky moments for Alabama, obviously losing to Texas A&M, a lot of one-possession games. But 3 of your top 25 players, according to ESPN.com, are Crimson Tide players. And I don't think there's this isn't a shock, I don't think, to most people when you start to hear the names. I mean, obviously your Heisman Trophy winner, number 1, is Bryce Young. I don't think that surprises anyone.
Well, I mean, no, he won the Heisman, and there's a lot of speculation. In fact, I think it was Mel Kiper Jr. said, assuming the number 1 draft pick next year, not this coming draft, because Bryce Young's not even draft eligible, but the next draft, assuming they need quarterback, he is a lock to be the number 1 off the board. So that's the way Kiper is already talking about Bryce Young. So that would be consistent with that for sure.
Well, and the way that I voted in the Heisman, and the way I think, to me, the best 2 players in college football were Bryce Young and Will Anderson. They've got Will Anderson number 4 on this list.
You'd have been okay having him number 2, though, right?
Yeah, they've got Aiden Hutchinson, a guy that picked up a ton of steam and looking at a great year, no doubt about it. I think that Ohio State game was kind of his statement game, but they've got him at number 2. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, it's the number 3 guy now, which I think is going to surprise our viewers and our listeners because the top 5 doesn't have one Georgia player in it. And going into the SEC championship game before they lost, we were talking about this Georgia defense being one for the record books. And you go from that to not having one Georgia player rated in the top 5 of the best players in the college football playoffs. It is Bryce Young, it is Aiden Hutchinson, and number 3 on this, Sauce Gardner of Cincinnati as the 3rd best player in the playoffs. And that shows you some of the talent Bama will be facing tomorrow.
The problem is people haven't watched Ahmad Gardner play football. And, I'm not saying that I've watched him a ton. I did watch probably 6-7 Cincinnati games, but he's a big physical lockdown corner. Fact of the matter is, in 3 years at Cincinnati, he's never given up a touchdown pass. I mean, wow, that's incredible. You look at his stats this year, he's only given up 20 yards per start this year through the air. So you just don't throw to him. But when you don't throw to his third of the field, you go to Kobe Bryant, who won the Thorpe Award. So I don't have a problem with Ahmad Gardner is kind of one of those forgotten guys because nobody even throws his direction.
It's interesting. I'll go back to the 2011 national championship game. Alabama had lost the game of the century, obviously, to LSU. They rematch in the national championship game, and Tyrann Mathieu was thought to be the best player on the field. And everybody said, you just go away from him. You do not throw to the Honey Badger. And what did Alabama do in that game? They figured out they went over the top of him. They figured out a mismatch and went right at him.
Yeah.
They did the exact opposite of what everybody thought you had to do against LSU. Now, again, that's 2011. That's LSU. That's Tyrann Mathieu. It's not 2021, a decade later, Sauce Gardner and Cincinnati. So they're, potentially totally different ways you approach this. But I'm saying Nick Saban does have a history of looking at a guy like that, Lance, and not saying, hey, that side of the field's closed. He's fine going after him if you think you've got a matchup that can beat him one-on-one. Nobody's really ever had that, though.
It'll be interesting. And that matchup be not to skip number 4, which is Will Anderson, which obviously he could be the number 2 guy on this list. But number 5 on the list is Jamison Williams.
Yep.
And
that's what I was going to get to, Lance. Yeah, how Sauce and Kobe Bryant play Jamison Williams. Do they switch sides? Does Sauce stay with Jamison wherever he goes? How does Alabama hide and move Jamison Williams around? I think that'll be a fascinating matchup.
Yeah, I think Luke Fickell's comfortable with either one of those guys being on Jamison. And look, and as good as those guys are, I haven't seen anybody really hang with Jamison. I think Jamison is maybe the most dangerous wide receiver in college football. I mean, 12 touchdowns at 20-plus yards this year. And you think about going back to Sauce Gardner, is giving up less than 20 yards per game per start this year. Jamison Williams is averaging over 21 yards per grab, so something's got to give.
Give me your thoughts, guys, on Georgia. The first guy on this list is number 6, and then Kobe Dean. And they start coming in. I mean, Brock Bowers is number 7. So you start backfilling with some Georgia players. But the perception changed when they lost. And that's, I think, when everybody said, okay, what is Georgia?
Well,
do we really know what Georgia is? And they started really looking at who they had played. And I think Georgia right now is this big unknown as they get ready to play Michigan.
Yeah, I mean, to Dunaway's point, Lance, I get the feeling if this had been done prior to the SEC championship game, Jordan Davis' name is a little higher. How low is Jordan Davis?
Jordan Davis 24th.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow. That's a guy people are talking about for the Heisman.
Right. I think Jordan Davis, I mean, look, he really was a non-factor in the SEC
I know.
championship game. And I think if he was a major factor and had a couple of tackles for losses and they end up winning that game, he's probably a top 5 guy on this list.
Yeah. And it's funny how one game can change that perception and all of that. It's an interesting list. It's part of our morning rounds, our top links every morning. You can get that an easy visit to nextroundlive.com to read the whole story there. LT has a little bit later on in the show a 3 and out for us. But right now, let's circle back. Lunsford, before we do fact or fiction, let's do our viewing menu that we didn't get to in the first half of the show because of some guests. It's brought to you by the great folks, LT, at New Life Art.
Yeah, New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call for more information, 1-800-735-2787. You can always view his incredible art today, including that new Heisman print coming up, Bryce Young. Go to danielmooreart.com.
All right.
Lunsford.
Yeah, coming up tonight at 3:30 and then at 6 on FX. Kind of Spider-Man run there on FX. I know the new one's out. I don't know if either of y'all have seen it or any interest in seeing it. I know Lance will, if he hasn't seen it already, will go see it. But Into the Spider-Verse, the best Spider-Man movie ever, in my opinion, comes on at 3:30. And then Far From Home, the second installment of the Marvel ones, the MCU ones, the one that's basically right before the one that's out in theaters right now, comes on at 6 p.m. on FX. The new one just crossed $500 million in domestic gross, the top 15 movie of all time. So good to see people going back out to the movie theaters. On USA at 7 tonight, Knives Out. Don't know if either one of y'all saw that. I thought it was very overrated, but people were obsessed with it.
Yeah.
Either
that
one
was
of y'all see
actually a movie I kind of wanted to see, but I never did for some reason. And you say overrated, huh?
I think it's overrated.
What was it?
Knives Out.
I thought it was good. I didn't think it was great. I thought it was worth the watch, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine to watch one time, but I'll never watch it again. If you're like me and you just want to skip everything and, you know, you'll flip back and forth from the bowl games on FXX all day today, just a Family Guy marathon. I'm obsessed with Family Guy, so I'll just watch that all day. And then something I actually like watching a lot are the Barrett-Jackson auctions. I don't know if y'all have ever watched those, but really cool cars going on auction there. It's on FYI tonight at 8 p.m., a new one of those. So I love watching all the cool cars and the crazy money they go for.
I learned a lot about Lunsford in his viewing menu.
Yeah,
I did not know that.
It's all over the place. Thank you for that. Brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. Brownie?
Speaking of viewing menu, guys, I was going to bring this up earlier because I saw Brandon Marcello tweeting about it. When people talk about how we got too many bowl games, why are there so many bowl games? Why do 6-6 teams get in bowl games? Liberty Bowl, Mississippi State, Texas Tech, 3.9 million viewers.
Wow.
Go
and check your NBA regular season.
It won't be that.
It's nowhere close to that.
First Responders Bowl, Air Force Louisville, 2.7 million viewers.
Yep.
Birmingham Bowl, Houston Auburn, middle of the day on a what day? I've lost track.
Morning on a Tuesday.
Middle of the day on a Tuesday, 2.3 million viewers.
Yeah.
So when people start asking, why are there so many bowl games? Why do 6-6 teams play in bowl games? There is your answer, because 2.5 million people will stop and watch it.
Yeah, and a lot of that has to do with just the fans watching that. People love football and people like to gamble. So you get all those.
You got people off work. Yeah.
All those roll in together there. All right, games that are happening right now. There's one, and South Carolina has scored again, and they've scored again. They're out to an 18-0 lead over North Carolina. And LT, that is one there's no way I could have seen that coming. I thought North Carolina was going to, and they still can. Obviously, it's still the first quarter, but they've scored in their first 3 possessions, a couple of touchdowns, a 2-point conversion, and a field goal. It's 18-0.
Yeah, look, Vegas live number on this is South Carolina minus 7.5. So they're saying that South Carolina is going to still win this game. I mean, again, you never know what to expect in bowl games. I just thought North Carolina, opening at 6. This number going off at 12.5, Sam Howell's last game. I thought North Carolina would come out. They'd be motivated against South Carolina, and apparently that's not the fact. North Carolina is not playing today.
Yeah, amazing start for the Gamecocks there, and it would cap a really, really nice season for Shane Beamer with that roster. And, boy, the Zeb Nolan story will be one. I mean, this Kurt Warner movie that you talk about, LT, really well done and is getting critical reviews. You could almost do one on the season of Zeb Nolan. It could almost be a 30 for 30.
It really could. I mean, that's, for him to even get a snap he came in as a grad assistant, a guy that, there was no expectation at all that he would play. But because of all of the circumstances, not only did he play, the guy played at a high level. So, yeah, it's a crazy story.
Our Fact or Fiction today going to be brought to you by our friends at Pradco Outdoor Brands. Right now, for the outdoor enthusiasts in your life, you got another 2 days here to get that great holiday gift for them and save 40% with the Pradco Outdoor Brand Signature Hunting Holiday Bundle. They put all the stuff you need into one bundle. It includes a trail camera, deer feeder, hand warmer, and scent elimination spray from your favorite hunting brands, Moultrie, Summit, and Decode by Code Blue. Purchase online via the Moultrie, Summit, or Code Blue websites. Just go to the websites, Moultrie, Summit, or Code Blue, and get this offer. It ends tomorrow. Save 40% free shipping on the Pradco Outdoor Brand Signature Hunting Holiday Bundle right there. All right, Fact or Fiction, guys, and love your reaction. Feel free to talk about it afterwards. Let's go semifinal game down in Miami first. Michigan outrushes Georgia in the game. Fact or Fiction? You first, LT.
I am going to go fact. I do think that Georgia's going to win this game going away, but I think Michigan is going to become so one-dimensional. Corum is finally healthy. Haskins, I mean, these guys rush for over 2,100 yards. I think it's going to be really close. I think it'll be like $180 to $150. I just think Georgia's got much more balance. I think Stetson Bennett's got something to prove, and I think Georgia will have a lot of success with Bowers and Pickens.
All right, so I think I would go fact too. My biggest concern in this would be, Lance, if what you're talking about happens and Michigan falls way behind, they'll have to abandon it and start throwing the ball. They are really, really committed to the run. I've mentioned this a lot. 42 carries per game on average is one of the top in the country. But if you're behind the way you think they'll be behind, at some point they're going to have to go to the air.
Yeah, and I'll say this, Dunaway, if Michigan gets outrushed by Georgia, this could end up being a 28-plus point game.
Wow. 28-plus. Blowout city.
No, nobody wants to see that. But that's what, by the way, we get in the college football playoffs.
Yeah, I think the second best or the biggest is Alabama over Michigan State, right? Right here at the Cotton Bowl when we were here. As far as the biggest semifinal blowout.
Was it 42-7?
So yeah, it was.
I thought it was something to nothing. I don't think they scored.
Yeah, it was a pretty big blowout. I thought they scored.
Maybe 42. I'll tell you right now.
Yeah, but no, you're right. I mean, it's one of the biggest ones we've seen. It's about all we get in the semifinals. So that's really what we should expect.
Okay, well, another one from down in Miami. Cade McNamara and Stetson Bennett, both quarterbacks, pass over 225 yards. Both of them over 225 passing. Fact or fiction?
I would go
fiction. Fact.
Oh, look at Lance going fact. I got fiction. You're going fact?
I was going to go fact just for something you just said. I think them playing behind. I think McNamara is going to have to throw the ball a little bit in the second half. I think it's going to be garbage time. I think Bennett's going to have a really, really good first half. I think Bennett goes over 300 yards, but I'm going to go fact. I'm going to say that McNamara barely gets there.
I like Lance with the Stetson Bennett statement game. That's the picture you have painted in this game is the Stetson Bennett statement game, that the Daniel A. Moore of Georgia does his Stetson Bennett painting after that game.
Well, you guys will give me this. If Georgia is to win a national championship, Stetson's got to be able to get that confidence back, and it's got to be against Georgia going into that Alabama game.
That is accurate. Yeah, there's no doubt.
That's a fact.
Yeah, that is a fact. Yeah.
Hey, and by the way, it was 38-0 Alabama over Michigan State.
Oh, yeah. I swear I thought I remember Michigan State scoring.
December 31st of 2015, you guys were in the stadium. I flew out early. Shocker.
You did. You did. You didn't miss anything.
And by the way, that was going to be your plan here if you'd have been here with us, right? You were going to get out before the game. Yep, it's a good plan. Desmond Ritter, the game here. Desmond Ritter, more rushing yards than Brian Robinson. Fact or fiction?
It's going to be fiction. Ritter is obviously a really good quarterback. 43-5 is the starting quarterback for the Bearcats. Very athletic. His rushing yards have gone down each and every game. And I think B-Rob I think this game is going to be tighter than most people expect. I think Alabama's got to have balance on offense. I think Brian Robinson goes over 100 yards. If Desmond Ridder goes over 100 yards on the ground, Alabama's got problems.
When Alabama got ready to play LSU, do you guys remember what we said? Hey, everybody runs the ball on LSU, right?
Right.
Alabama did not run the football on LSU. They were unable to do that. It was very, very weird. The reason I bring that up is LSU ranks 41st in the nation against the run, Cincinnati 43rd. So Cincinnati, you don't view as a team that just shuts the run down. You can run the football on them. So I think Alabama and Brian Robinson can move the ball on the ground. I bring it up, though, with that asterisk that I would have said the same thing about the LSU game, and they did not do it. And statistically, that's about where these two teams, they're about the same.
Okay, 3 more away from the semifinals of fact or fiction, but still with college football. Bob Stoops enjoyed last night so much he gets back into coaching again. Next available opportunity. Fact or fiction? LT.
I'm going to go fiction just based on if he wanted that Oklahoma job, he could have had it. If he wanted the USC job, he could have had it. If he wanted the LSU job, he could have had it. I mean, there was too many good jobs out there. I think he probably had a lot of fun last night coaching his kid, going back to a place. I don't know if you guys realize this. He was 9-9 in bowl games. So he got over that hump. So now he's 10-9 in bowl games. He can shut it down. He'll still be viewed as one of the top 50 college coaches of all time. He's got a national championship. He's got more money than he can spend. And I think he's a pretty good broadcaster.
Yeah, I would say that's fiction. I think he said on the post game, I'm headed to the golf course.
That's a good place to go. Okay, yep. Fact or fiction? Kayshon Boutte stays at LSU and leads the SEC in receiving next year. Fact or fiction?
Oh, man. Who is their quarterback? I mean, look, I'm going to do a fact that, to me, he's the best receiver coming back in the SEC, but I'm going to do a fiction. I don't know who their quarterback is, and I've never really known a Brian Kelly wide receiver to completely tear it up. And Bryce Young's coming back. So give me one of these Alabama wide receivers. I didn't know who Jamison Williams was coming into this year.
Yeah.
So fiction from you. What about you? Fact or fiction?
I think I would probably go fiction there as well. Best Brian Kelly receiver was Tyler Eifert at a tight end. You think?
Maybe.
Chase Claypool?
Skoranek plays for my Rams right now. He was good, but Chase Claypool probably.
Yeah, it's probably Claypool.
And the final one, and we touched on it earlier, Aaron Rodgers not in Green Bay next year. Fact or fiction? LT.
That is going to be fact. I think Aaron Rodgers is climbing the jungle with his dirty girlfriend.
Brownie, fact or fiction? Let's make that fact or fiction. Aaron Rodgers is climbing the jungle with his dirty girlfriend.
That is fiction. He'll keep playing football.
He'll keep playing football.
Climbing the jungle with his dirty girlfriend.
Well, I hope he's not playing football. I've got a bad feeling he's going to win a Lombardi a second, and I hope he shuts it down, or at least go to the AFC. Get out of the NFC.
That is fact or fiction today. When we come back, LT has Trash Today dialed up and ready to go. This hour of the show being brought to you by our friends at Simpio. When we started this business, LT, one call we made was Simpio, but you don't even have to be a new company. You may just want to change the way you do payroll or HR or your benefits. Simpio can, even with existing companies, jump in and save the day.
You're right, Dunaway. We started talking about the next round. Things we knew nothing about. They take care of those 4 pillars, the BS in every single office nobody wants to deal with. It's compliance, it's HR, it's payroll and benefits. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to healthcare and employer benefits. It prices only large organizations. Again, on average, Simpio is saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of the year. No annual contract, meaning you can get out at any time. That being said, Simpio in over 3 years of business, 99% retention rate. Call them today. 205-635-7467. Tell Blake and the guys the next round sent you. For more information, you can always go online. Go to Simpio.com.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Hi, I'm Electra, up here on the Alabama Power Building watching the Magic City grow like magic. But it's not magic. It's movers and shakers like you. Being a statue, I'm jealous, especially since First Bank opened in Homewood with local decision makers and great digital banking that make you unstoppable. I'm still a statue, but at least that big guy on the skyline shakes me up.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
The real estate market is crazier than it's ever been before. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices right now in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King has state-of-the-art offices and the most innovative tools in the business to help you. Text the word MOVE to 35260 to get started. That's the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Bridge and Root is an exclusive men's shop located in downtown Birmingham. They specialize in uniqueness, authenticity, and quality. They offer styles that are refreshing and different. Bridge and Root gives you the ability to shop with ease while being educated on styles, colors, fabrics, and the how-tos in men's fashion. From men's clothing to body care, you will find it at Bridge and Root. Located at 2212 Morris Avenue, Suite 200 on 1st Avenue North, you can also visit their website at bridgeandroot.com. That's bridgeandroot.com.
Why is Culver's such a treat for so many families? Here's a hint. This treat is thick and creamy and everyone can get it any way they like. Our fresh, frozen custard. We craft it in small batches throughout the day to make our guests stay. Shakes, cones, sundaes, concrete mixers, flavor of the day. Oh, and the toppings.
Who says you can't please everyone? There's more than one way to dessert at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Stay up to date with The Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Back with you from Dallas, Texas. Before we get to trash, I want to remind you of a couple of things. First, this hour of the show brought to you by our friends at Champy's world famous fried chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Your home for Blues, Brews, and Bird. Also, the unbelievable Mississippi Delta tamales. If you love tamales, you got to try those. They're the best I've ever had. Also, chicken on a stick. Great lunch location. Po' boys, chicken tenders, the full chicken breast and dark meat that will make your mouth water. All the great sides, all right there with Sterling and his crew. whether you're a party of one or a whole bus load of a team or a marching band, you can go by there, and Sterling and his crew will take care of you right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Another thing I want to remind you of is our exclusive Player's Diary we have going on, being brought to you by our friends at Dr. Pepper. My man Ryan here has been talking with Slade Bolden every day, every night, a breakdown of what the day behind the scenes has been going on. Slade giving that great embedded intel on what's going on inside the Alabama bubble. Another one coming up tonight, but you can catch up on day 1, 2, and 3 right now at our YouTube channel. You can get that. And the other thing I wanted to point out was we're back with a Cotton Bowl special again tonight at 5 o'clock. And if you missed that last night, it too still available for you at the YouTube channel and also on Twitter. Really, I thought, interesting conversation with Corey Reamer, who played on the first national championship team with Nick Saban. And Corey had some really interesting thoughts there. He, Dennis Dodd, joined LT and Brownie and me last night on the Cotton Bowl special. We'll do it again tonight at 5 o'clock, and we'll let you know a little bit later on social media who'll be our special guest on that tonight. 5 o'clock live here from Dallas, and we always love your input on that. That's the bookkeeping and a little note-taking for you there as we get to trash, which is brought to you every day by Mortgage Right. Hit it, Lunsford.
Thank you to the Wendy's. What can I get for you?
Can I have 6?
You want 6?
No, stupid. Number 6.
Oh.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, the holidays are here, so is your chance to put a little extra money in your pocket by getting a cash-out refinance with our friends at Mortgage Right. Whether it's college tuition, home improvements, or a one-way ticket anywhere in the world, the refinance experts at Mortgage Right can help you use your home equity to get cash fast. They're committed to bringing you an easier and faster cash-out refi experience, so visit mortgageright.com/TNR to cash out before the holidays end. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Start with this story that I just got sent to me. Tomas destroyed his 2013 Tesla Model S with 66 pounds of dynamite.
Ooh.
Now,
get after it there now.
The explosive event was documented in a viral YouTube video, so you can actually check this out yourself if you don't believe me. Now, faced with a car that was no longer working up to snuff, one Tesla owner in Finland disposed of the vehicle with a bang. Tomas blew up the modified 2013 Tesla and recorded the explosive event in a now viral YouTube video, which was posted earlier this month. According to insiders, Tomas made the decision after he was told it would cost him around $22,000 to replace the car's battery.
$22,000?
Wow.
To replace the battery.
First popped the vehicle over a year and a half ago, according to CNN. At first, the car worked fine, but after about 900 miles, Tomas started to notice water leaks and error codes. After he took the car to a repair shop, received the costly repair estimate, he decided to go a different route. He then reached out to several YouTubers, and that's when it came time to blow it up.
Yep. You know, I learned at your roommate's 30th birthday party at the beach, where I was around a couple of Tesla owners, you actually are encouraged to name your car, and perfect name for that one would be Ghost now.
Yeah,
because it is dead, or Good Night Rider.
Headline here: man hospitalized after putting 15 boiled eggs up his butt.
I would imagine you could have stopped at 13. But this guy obviously is a high achiever.
Worst omelet in the world.
Oh, gosh.
You guys remind me, Paul Newman ate how many in Cool Hand Luke?
Oh, gosh.
I think he ate a dozen.
Yeah.
No, it was more than a dozen.
I think he ate 36.
He ate a lot. It all started with a report published last week in the Dutch Journal of Medicine titled Step-by-Step Approach to Rectal Corpus Alienum. In other words, how to remove foreign bodies stuck in the patient's rectum. Now, the paper begins, ladies and gentlemen, patients who visit the emergency room because of foreign bodies in the rectum are certainly not exceptional. In recent years, the problem has even increased. On the basis for 3 different cases, we present a step-by-step approach for the removal of alien objects in your rectum. Now, patient C is a 29-year-old man who came to the emergency room around midnight because of acute stomach pain, according to the study. Together with his partner, he had anally inserted 15 boiled and peeled eggs.
Wow.
Now, he did this while under the influence of GHB. Now, GHB is a drug that can be used to treat narcolepsy. It also can be used in illegal activities, which I assume it was here. By the time the gentleman got to the hospital, he was suffering from an abnormally rapid heartbeat of 120 beats per minute and a rapid breathing rate of 28 breaths per minute. Doctors gave him a CAT scan. What they revealed was not pretty. They had 15 eggs up his ass.
Yep. I will tell you, though, the chickens on the removal make it look so easy. I guess they just didn't put him outside in a nest in a house and expect things to happen naturally.
So I've got somebody that I know really well that works in the medical industry. And last year, somebody came in with, the 3-for-1, the body rinse, the conditioner, and the shampoo.
Okay.
That was stuck inside the rectum.
As Rockstar always says on these stories, a 1 in a million shot, Doc. I got to tell you, 1 in a million.
Yeah, not good. Not good. Let's see if we're going to go with this one. Skip that. Federal prosecutors in Tennessee announced that they are charging a woman with interfering with a flight crew, accusing her of kicking and hitting flight attendants and screaming that she wanted to get off the plane while in midair. Now, the incident aboard a Spirit Airlines flight from Fort Lauderdale to Nashville occurred on November 27th after 2 airline passengers asked to change seats because a woman's, quote, disruptive behavior made them feel uncomfortable, according to this criminal complaint. Now, the woman, 43-year-old Amanda Henry, had acted flirtatious and made lewd sexual advances toward the passengers, placing her hands on both of them and laying her head on one of the passengers' shoulders. Now, a flight attendant told federal authorities that Henry, who appeared drunk, grew irate and belligerent once the men moved to different seats. Now, the complaint said Henry grew even more disruptive when the flight attendants asked her to move to a different row away from the emergency exits. Henry then grabbed her carry-on luggage, ran down the length of the cabin towards the front of the plane, and screamed, "I'm getting off this plane," according to the complaint. Now, when the 2 flight attendants attempted to restrain her, Henry kicked and screamed at them, dragged one by her ponytail, quite the scene, I'm sure, punched the other in the face, according to the complaint. Flight attendants ultimately placed flex cuffs around Henry's feet, but failed to cuff her wrist, according to the complaint. Passenger, who identified himself as a firefighter, said he was, quote, used to speaking with individuals under the influence. He offered to sit next to Henry, calm her down until the plane landed. Henry was arrested by police officers from Nashville once they did land.
Yeah, I tell you, I know this should go without saying. My goal for any flight is for it to be the least active, notable flight ever. Like I hope every flight I have, they all run together in my mind and I can't tell one from the other.
Yeah, I even get nervous when people get up and go to the bathroom. Just everybody stay in your seat. Let's get this thing over with.
It's almost like when you guys are watching a ball game, you don't want officiating to become part of the game.
That's exactly right. I was talking to somebody who flew in yesterday, trying to get out of Birmingham ahead of the storm, and they were at the airport. They were flying Southwest yesterday afternoon, and the flight attendant actually said, "Listen, if everybody will quickly get to their seats, sit down, and be quiet, we can get out of here before the storm. If we don't do this quickly, we're going to be on they're about to shut the tower down.
That's when you go.
We've got a window." And they said everybody quickly got in there, sat down. So it can be done. Just everybody needs to be disciplined enough to do it. Sit down and let's get the flight going.
I don't know if Dunaway noticed this or not, LT, but a testament to apparently how many flights are being canceled. Our flight here to Dallas was the rare turn and burn. I don't know how many of those you guys get, where the guy backs away from the gate, taxis out to the end of the runway, spins that puppy around, and never quits moving.
Yeah,
we had a turn and burn coming out here. You don't get a ton of those. Normally, you at least have to give it a beat. But clearly, there weren't a lot of flights.
You never get them in Atlanta.
No, you do not.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got people reveal weird things they didn't find out about their spouses until after marrying them. It's another reason you probably should court for a little bit to make sure that you know all these weird things. Now, the first one, I didn't know my husband wore upper dentures until 4 years after we were married. One day, I just wondered about how he never bites into an apple and then he never closes the door while he goes to the bathroom, yet did when he brushed his teeth.
Oh, that is so weird. He doesn't close the door for the bathroom.
Hey,
honey, but he does to brush his teeth.
Hey,
I don't even know if I believe this next one. How about this one? I learned my wife had a severe clown fetish. I discovered she had spent hours cybering with guys on clown forums. She bought clown lingerie and even planned a trip out of town to go see a Ringling Brothers clown she wanted to have an affair with. She refused to let me go to the circus with her, so we ended up getting divorced. She moved in with the clown and broke up. Now she does clown porn to make ends meet.
Wow. That took a very bizarre turn. Yeah.
I mean, who knew there was clown porn out there?
Hard pass. Thank you.
Here's another one. This is people are revealing weird things they didn't know about their spouses until after marrying them. The guy I married liked to sit on the toilet and blow dry himself in the morning because he said it was too cold in the house. She went on to say we split up after that.
Yeah, I can see that.
Another one. My ex-wife was terrified of pooping in toilets. We didn't find out until cleaning the yard, and I found a large pile under a bush. When I asked her about it, she broke down and confessed that she'd get up in the middle of the night, do her business in a dustpan, and then dump it in the yard.
Oh, my gosh.
We call that.
Here's another one. I learned my husband eats the lemon slices. I learned my husband eats the lemon slices you get with water at restaurants. It wasn't that bad until I realized he eats the rind and all.
Oh.
Then asked for more to eat them like candy because they're free.
Oh.
I mean, I've eaten the rind before. I don't make it a habit, but
yeah,
I've eaten them before. I forget why.
How about this one? I found out my husband eats oatmeal without heating it up. He just pours water in the instant oatmeal bowl and eats it like cereal.
That's not the worst we've heard in this segment, by the way.
It's not, but boy, that sounds bad.
The last two sort of tame after clown porn and I poop in a dustpan and dump it under bushes.
God, how dirty is that dustpan?
Oh, man. You think she hoses it off or something or what?
Okay, this is an incredible story here.
Wait. The flies in the backyard have to be just unbearable.
Ton
right?
away. Stop.
Like our friends at Wayne's could not fix that problem.
Probably.
I'd be so pissed because I go bag ladybirds, her number twos daily. You know, if the roommate was dropping it in a dustpan and I was out there bagging hers, I'd be really pissed.
Ladybird, what you been eating?
We have two dogs.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest, I rarely am the one that is walking. It's usually Maggie, but when I do it, I get a little upset that because you pick up as they poop. They never poop together at the same time. Can we not just make it a communal thing and do it right here when one goes? Let's just
1, 2, 3, go.
Yeah, because I hate having to do the whole bagging process and get through that. And I think, okay, we can make it back to the house now. We keep walking. Then the other one's got to go.
Yep.
I'm like, oh my gosh.
Okay, this would have made a great movie. You ready?
Yep.
Just before Thomas Randall died, his wife of nearly 40 years asked his golfing buddies and his co-workers from dealerships, he worked at a dealership, where he sold cars from, to come by their home. They gathered to say goodbye to a guy they called one of the nicest people they had ever known, a devoted family man who gushed about his daughter, a golfer who never bent the rules, and a friend to so many. However, they all said their goodbyes without knowing that their friend never told them his biggest secret. For the past 50 years, he was a fugitive, wanted in one of the largest bank robberies in the history of Cleveland. He lived in Boston under a new name he created 6 months after the heist in the summer of 1969. Not even his wife or daughter knew until he told them in what authorities now describe as a deathbed confession. How he was able to leave behind one family and create a new life while evading a father and son from the U.S. Marshal Service who never gave up on their hunt is just now being pieced together. A day after his 20th birthday, that July, Thomas Randall, whose real name is Ted Conrad, walked in walked out with $215,000 from the vault at the Society National Bank in Cleveland, where he started as a teller in January of 1969. It was a haul worth $1.6 million today. By the time the missing money was noticed, Conrad was flying across the country. In a letter sent to his girlfriend, he mistakenly thought he could return when the statute of limitations expired, but once he was indicted, that was no longer true. Conrad apparently cut off contact with his family. Some eventually presumed he was dead. Said Matt Boediger, whose mother was Conrad's older sister. His mom, he said, was relieved to find out her brother had lived a happy life. Quote, she thought he would go to his grave and never know. Now, the bank heist in 1969 didn't capture the attention of the nation or even Cleveland. That's because everyone else was focused on Apollo 11's historic flight to the moon at the time. Timed this perfectly, by the way.
Yes, he did.
Now, investigators believed he was inspired by the 1968 movie, The Thomas Crown Affair, about a bank executive who got away with $2.6 million and turned the heist into a game. After the real-life robbery in Cleveland, Conrad wound up in the Boston area, where much of the movie actually was filmed. Thomas Randall came into existence in January 1970 when Conrad applied for a Social Security number in Boston.
That's amazing. I mean, to live that long with the secret and a seemingly normal life.
I mean, do they give you Social Security numbers?
It
seems like that's a red flag.
Yeah, it does seem like a red. I lost my Social Security number.
Yeah. We can look you up. What's your name? No, I mean, I've lost that one.
Yeah, let's don't go there.
Yeah. All right. That's Trash Today, and it's brought to you by Mortgage Right.
Hey, the holidays are here, done away. You might be wondering how you can make some extra money. Well, our friends at Mortgage Right, they've got a great solution. Mortgage Right can help you turn equity into cash in your pocket with the cash out refinance. Reach out for today for that health home check to see if a cash out refi is right for you. Go to mortgageright.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
All right, Bryce Young. When we come back, you'll hear what Bryce said yesterday here in Dallas, plus Chris Doering at the top of the hour. It is all right here on TNR.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The next round is on the road in Dallas for the college football playoff. Thanks to our presenting sponsors, Wayne's, Champy's World Famous Chicken, Hemp Hill Services, Culver's, and Dr. Pepper. The live show every day plus specialty shows every night. The college football playoffs on the next round.
Fans of Twin Peaks, make sure you stay up to date by signing up for their e-club. Stay up to date on all things Twin Peaks and score free stuff. Signing up is easy. Just visit twinpeaksrestaurant.com/peaks-club to get started today.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farm Folio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Back with you on the next round. Doering in a second. Already on the show, Mike Griffith, Josh Pate, and Bobby Carpenter, all on the college football playoffs. We're live from sunny Dallas, Texas again today for the Goodyear Cotton Bowl, which is tomorrow. Battle of the Bands later tonight. The Cincinnati Band and over 400 representing the $1 Million Band tonight. Pep rallies going on tonight as well. We did start seeing some more fans, Cincinnati, Alabama fans in yesterday. That was slow happening, but yesterday was a big arrival day, more coming today, and we should have a great scene at both the semifinal games happening tomorrow. Part of our show, including our scoreboard update we're about to do, being brought to you by our friends at Odie's. Had a week off from trivia this week, but you guys will be back at it next Wednesday.
Yeah, I can't wait. If you're looking for a place to watch all of this bowl action, make sure you get in and see Will Haver and that great staff. Rodney Davis cooking up incredible food for almost 30 years now. The award-winning burgers, delicious wings. Of course, my personal favorite, that Diablo sandwich. When this weather clears up, you can sit outside on that great patio, enjoy the ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Look, it's a Birmingham institution. It's Odie's Tavern. Go see Will Haver and that great staff. Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Right now, 25-10, South Carolina leading North Carolina. Zeb Nolan, 2 of 2 for 73 yards and a touchdown passing. The carry-on Joyner, 4 of 4, 89 yards and a touchdown passing. They're averaging Joyner 22 yards a throw, Nolan 36 yards a completion. So they burned them on some plays there. Yet to throw an incomplete pass to 2 quarterbacks.
We do not have access to watch that where we are sitting. I would love to know how this has happened.
Yeah, I'm trying to watch
a weird
it.
box.
It's behind me right now. But Dunaway, if I said right now, I'm up a stake, I'll take North Carolina to win the game. They're down 15.
Down 15.
I don't think I would do it, LT. I still think North Carolina wins the game. But you're right. They're down 15 we're approaching the half. Have they gone to the half yet? I got 128 on my timeline here.
I'll take either side. I'll take South Carolina or North Carolina to win the game.
It's weird. That is. I will take, just for the landmine version of this, I will take South Carolina to hold on and win the game.
Okay.
I'll do that. I'll take South Carolina to hold on to win the game for a stake, and I'm down 1. All right, so there you go. Hold on. Come on, South Carolina.
The lights are flashing in the studio, by the way.
Yeah, the lights are flashing in the studio. Yeah, I like that. It looks empty.
It really does.
Yeah, I miss that place.
Christmas decorations still up.
Yeah. Somebody, do we appoint somebody? Is that Rockstar's job when we get back?
I don't know.
Here's Bryce Young. All right. Bryce Young talking yesterday. Coming up in the final hour, you'll hear from the coaches today. Orster has that ready for us to go. But Bryce Young, first talking about just being competitive. I mean, this guy's won the Heisman Trophy. He's done everything. And, you know, he's already got a national championship ring, but it's different when you're the starting quarterback, the quarterback of record. And he talks about even all the accolades and everything, how he still stays competitive.
I like to look at being competitive as a process. I think a lot of people sometimes can think about being competitive as, you know, when the lights turn on, I want to get after it. I'm competitive. And, you know, when the play is there to be made, it's on me to, you know, to want it more than the other. And that's a part of it. But for me, I try to understand that being competitive is not just the one moment or not just what you see on Saturday. But for me, I push myself to be competitive and understand that means the entire week. Of course, you know, there's a lot of people that are going to be competitive, you know, when the lights are on. There's a lot of people that are going to say, oh, on Saturday, I want to be competitive. But for me, I push myself to make sure that, understand that everything's a competition. Everything's about pushing yourself to be the best that you can be. So whether it's, you know, 100,000 people in the stands, it's on TV, or it's just you in a room by yourself watching film, you have to be competitive in that. And that's at least the outlook I try to take on it.
Yeah, Bryce Young, man, I tell you.
He sounds like a musician that just won a big award, but he's real chill about it.
Yeah.
You know,
no emotions, man.
I don't know about you guys. I think we all agree, you know, from Tua to Mac to Bryce, this has gotten better and better. But, you know, watching Bryce earlier this season, I didn't think he was going to be as good as the other two. And he just gets better each and every game and gets more and more comfortable. And, you know, the legs have become such a big part of his game, and just his ability to improvise and stop on a dime and make these crazy throws. And I can't even imagine how good this guy can be in year two.
I mean, if he were, and this is so unfair to him, but if he were 6'2" or 6'3", people would be talking about him maybe being one of the best quarterbacks ever to play in college football. I think people still look at him and he's a slight in build, and they doubt him because of that. As weird as that sounds, that he's the Heisman winner on the number one team in the college football playoffs, but I still think people discount him a little bit because of his size.
And it'll be interesting to see if Bill O'Brien hangs around to allow him to keep a little continuity on the play calling and everything that usually is a transition over in Tuscaloosa. Chris Doering is standing by. He'll join us on the other side to talk about the two SEC teams that are in the the college football playoff semifinals. But at times it can feel like an SEC semifinal, and maybe again an SEC national championship if Georgia and Alabama meet again like they did in 2017. We'll talk to Doering about that coming up on the other side right here on The Next Round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
You tackle an endless to-do list every day. It may seem like a thankless job, but you know better. It's the little things that matter most. That's why you'll appreciate the enduring value of the Michelin Defender tire. Designed for doers like you, Michelin's longest-lasting tire keeps you on the go longer, so you have one less thing to worry about on your next road trip. Stop in today for miles of uncompromised safety and performance. Find your next set of Michelin tires at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 locations in the Birmingham area. Visit VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. One Man in the Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man in the Toolbox has the background to help you with almost any project. 823-2111. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farm Folio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business, with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, tombeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Yeah, misguided stake bet by me at South Carolina.
Quick.
South Carolina up 25-10. Now it's 25-13 as they go to the locker room halftime of the Duke's Mayo Bowl. We're trying to test out the landmine one more time before 2021 is done to see if I can landmine the Gamecocks today and get the Tar Heels back in winning ways. I'm Jim Dunaway, better known as the landmine. He's Ryan Brown, Lance Taylor back in Birmingham. We're in Dallas, Lunsford, and Forrester all in. We're about to talk to the great Chris Doering in a second. But first, your headlines being brought to you by our friends at the Standifer Insurance Agency.
Yeah, it is a great time to get an insurance checkup because auto rates floored 4 times in the last 12 months. So have your coverages ready, what you pay each month. Get that insurance checkup, see if they could save for you the way they have for me. 664-3200, 664-3200, StandiferinsuranceGroup.com.
Triple-double for Walker Kessler. Auburn beats unbeaten LSU last night to start SEC play. Nice win for Auburn to start off the year. They continue now to only have one loss to UConn on their record. Alabama battles back against undermanned Tennessee to win their SEC opener. Good win for the Tide to start off SEC play. They're the defending champs, 73-68 last night. Stetson Bennett's going to start for Georgia. Colby Wooden, the Auburn defensive lineman, announcing he's coming back. LSU's Brian Kelly not only getting word that Keyshawn Boutte is locked in and staying at LSU, he also hires Matt House, the former Kentucky defensive coordinator, now the Kansas City Chiefs linebacker coach. He'll be the DC. And big wins yesterday for Bob Stoops in Oklahoma. Dabo Swinney and Clemson, and Thompson's Talia Tungavaloa of Maryland, all in bowl action. And as I said, right now, South Carolina leading North Carolina 25-13 at the half. And those are your headlines this hour.
All right, let's talk more about the upcoming college football playoff games, the semifinals here in Dallas, and also down in Miami, where we find Chris Doering of the SEC Network. The former Florida great joins us now on the Pepsi Hotline. Welcome in, Chris. Hope you're doing well down there.
I'm doing well, guys. Good to be back with you, man. It's a fun time of year.
Yeah, it is. Always fun to talk with you. I want to start with the game here in Dallas as Alabama takes on Cincinnati. They're down a receiver in John Mechie. So from your point of view as a receiver, you be Jamison Williams. How does that affect you? Everybody says, it's easier to cover Jamison Williams now. You don't have to worry about John Mechie. How do you battle that? How does that affect Jamison Williams practically that he doesn't have a John Mechie over on the other side?
Well, I haven't seen a lot of people be able to handle Jamison Williams all season long. He's been by far the best receiver in the country, in my opinion. I thought he's gotten better and better every single week, and what he's being asked to do shoulders a large part of that passing game load. Certainly it's going to be more of a challenge without having Mechie out there, who I think those two guys made up a nice 1-2 punch. But let's be honest. I mean, Alabama has no issues recruiting wide receivers. So really it just comes down to guys stepping up. Slade Bolden is going to have to take advantage of the opportunity. But I look for guys like Trayshawn Holden. Ja'Cory Brooks had that big touchdown catch against Auburn. Javon Baker. Those guys are going to have to make plays. But the guy that I'm curiously wondering where he's kind of been this year is Jaleel Billingsley. We have to see a Jaleel Billingsley breakout sooner or later. I predicted it was going to happen in Atlanta. That didn't necessarily happen. Only 2 catches in that game. But I think Billingsley is set to have a big one, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him do damage to that defense of Cincinnati.
As a former ultra-productive wide receiver, how excited would you get going against cornerbacks like Ahmad Gardner and Kobe Bryant?
Yeah, to be honest, that was one of the bigger challenges for me when I played against longer defensive backs, being a taller guy. Yeah, I remember Torrey James was a guy at LSU, had a great NFL career, but Torrey was about my same height, 6'4", had long arms, can create some issues in press coverage. These two corners, Gardner and I went blank on the other one, but Bryant. Yeah, those guys are both very, very long for corners, can play physically. So I really think it's a nice challenge for Jamison Williams, but I also think one of the reasons why you recruit as well as Alabama does is not only to create depth, but you can also create advantages. All right, we know about the top 2 corners for Cincinnati, but what about the matchup between your 3rd best receiver and their 3rd best cover guy, or the 4th best receiver and their 4th best cover guy? I think that's one of the things that we did well at Florida when I was there under Coach Spurrier. You couldn't. Who were you going to defend? I was out there with Riddell Anthony and Jaquez Green and Ike Hilliard and Travis McGriff. It is a real challenge when you have that many guys you can roll out there. So whether it's the other receivers or, as I mentioned, with Billingsley and Latu, those guys have to take advantage of what I think would be an advantage once you get past that top tandem for Cincinnati's corners.
Chris, using the rearview mirror right now, which loss surprises you most right now? Georgia to Alabama or Alabama to Texas A&M in Kyle Field?
Yeah, I think using the rearview mirror, probably the Texas A&M defeat of Alabama. Looking at how well this team has kind of evolved in the season, I think Texas A&M caught Alabama at a great time. They did some great things defensively in terms of creating pressure and the blitzes that got home from Mike Elko's defense. But in hindsight, I at the time, I thought that Georgia was going to handle Alabama fairly easily in the SEC championship game. I didn't realize that Alabama was going to put together by far their best performance of the season against the Georgia Bulldogs. But now looking like they've rounded into form, looking like what we know Bryce Young to be, looking what Jamison Williams has been able to do. I think the fact that they lost to a Texas A&M team that I thought was underachieving in a lot of ways and very limited in what they were able to do. I mean, I think from the Zach Calzada, a career night throwing the football. I don't know if they played 10 more times if he would have the same sort of output throwing the ball against this Alabama defense. So I think that's kind of in hindsight that maybe the most confusing loss of the season in the conference to me.
Chris Doering is with us, former Florida and NFL wide receiver with the SEC Network, Sirius XM Radio now. You can follow him on Twitter at Chris Doering, at CDoering28 on Instagram, at CDoering28. Other than Stetson Bennett at the game where you are there in Miami, who didn't have a terrible game against Alabama, but it wasn't a great game either. Some bad interceptions, including a pick six.
Yeah.
Other than Stetson Bennett, give me the Georgia guy that must bounce back bigger against Michigan, must have a big bounce back against Michigan for Georgia to win this game coming up on Friday night.
Well, what about Jordan Davis? I mean, Jordan Davis was largely ineffective in that ball game. In fact, the entire front seven, who we had lauded all season long, was basically negated. Alabama's offensive line did a great job, but I thought the game plan was really solid too in terms of getting the ball out of Bryce Young's hands. I don't know that Michigan has the weapons to be able to use the blueprint that Alabama used to defeat Georgia, but one of the things I do think they can take away is the way that that Alabama got the ball out of Bryce Young's hands quickly, didn't allow them to just pin their ears back and rush them in the pocket, and then let guys make plays in space. I thought Georgia tackled as poorly as they had all season long, letting guys get a ton of yards after the catch, a ton of yards after contact. So I think that's something that you'll see. Michigan, I don't know how much you guys have had a chance to watch the Wolverines this year, but I was surprised when I dove into my study. I was surprised at how much better they are in terms of talent around the quarterback position. We all know about the running back duo with Haskins and Corum. Those guys are also great pass catchers. So I think that's going to be an opportunity for them to put some pressure on Georgia, is to see what those two running backs can do catching the ball out of the backfield.
From a pure skill set, George Pickens has all the tools. And I know he was out the first 10 games of the season, first 11 games of the season. One reception against Tech, a couple of receptions against Bama, one big reception. But with the time off, how big of a factor do you think Pickens can be in this game?
I think he's got to be a factor. I mean, he's too big, too talented, too much of a matchup issue to not have some sort of impact, especially getting that 3 weeks of extra time. I've never had the type of injury he had, but I did tear my Achilles in the NFL, and coming back from that, it takes some time and it takes some experience to feel like you have the confidence to put your foot in the ground and do the things that are asked to do of you as a wide receiver. So he definitely has to be out there. He can take the pressure off of a lot of those other guys around him. But I've been impressed with some of the younger guys that stepped up this year for Georgia. Donovan Mitchell has done a nice job for them. The tight ends, Brock Bowers is the ultimate matchup issue. I think that's one of the storylines, guys, to keep our eye on. We had a chance to host the press conferences today, both of the bowls, and Jim Harbaugh was asked about Daxton Hill. Daxton Hill, it may be the best, most versatile defender for Michigan. If he's not out there, there are reports of a positive COVID test. Jim Harbaugh said he's working through some things. They're hoping to get him back. I think he may draw the assignment of having to cover Brock Bowers. If he's not there, then who do you use to cover Bowers, who is such a matchup issue because of where you can line it up and his athleticism and blocking ability? Is it the freshman Junior Colson, or is it the freshman safety Rod Moore? I think that's one of the kind of unique dynamics of this game that I'm looking forward to see how it plays out, is how they handle Brock Bowers, because quite frankly, nobody's really handled him all that well this season.
Do you have a your famous catch? Do you have a painting? Because here in Alabama, Daniel A. Moore, one of our great sponsors, New Life Art, every big Alabama moment, there's a painting done of it. All the way back to a Van Tiffen kick, bow over the top for Auburn fans. Do you have a painting or a great frame photo of the catch?
I carry around a laminated picture in my wallet of that catch. I don't have the painting. Maybe he'll make an exception and step outside of the Alabama world and paint one for a Florida guy. But I tell you what, I was fortunate enough to be included in that great SEC story that they did this year about the voices of the SEC and the iconic play-by-play guys in this league, and that Mick Huber call of my catch in 1993 still gives me chills to this day. Somebody gave me a great gift a number of years back, a music box that had 4 or 5 great plays in Florida history, and that one was on there. So even to this point in time, man, if somebody sends that to me in an audio form or a link on YouTube, I get caught up, kind of getting excited about it and getting a little nervous too, like how my life would have been different had I not been able to hold on to that football as a sophomore.
That's great.
Doering's got a touchdown. I think it's the call from Mick Huber.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, real quick, how well do you know Billy Napier, and ultimately, who do you think the quarterback for 2022 is for the Gators?
Yeah, you know what? I don't know him well. I did have a chance to talk to him about 2 weeks ago, so I'm excited to get a chance to meet with him and to learn a little bit more about him. I've talked to a few of his assistant coaches as well. Really excited about the commitment from Scott Strickland and the athletic department to fund what they're calling, Billy Napier's Army. All the assistants that they're bringing in, the analysts, trying to get on the same level as what Coach Saban and Coach Smart are doing in the SEC. So I think it's going to be exciting. But him hitting the ground running, what he was able to do and putting together in a very short period of time, a small but pretty talented recruiting class. They're focused largely on the February signing period, but did get a number of 4 and 1 5-star player, a guy they were able to flip from Georgia. So I think the future is bright for Florida under Billy Napier, and there's a lot of cautious optimism amongst the Gator fan base right now.
All right, go follow him on Twitter at Chris Doering, at CDoering28 on Instagram. See him on the SEC Network, and hear him on Sirius XM Radio. Chris, it is always great talking with you, man. We appreciate the time. Enjoy the game down there.
Yeah, thank you guys. I appreciate it. Have fun. Happy New Year.
All right, buddy. Take care. Chris Doering with us on the Pepsi Hotline.
We're about to hear from Sauce Gardner on just what a win here in Dallas would mean for Cincinnati, for him and that program. But first, would like to tell you about our friends at Cowan Equipment. We're about to send out a couple of Cowan Equipment polls in the next commercial break. But Cowan, they've been with us a long time, and they bring you the poll question every day.
Yeah, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment, or you can always call them 1-800-239-COWAN for more information.
Another beautiful day in Dallas, and it's really the thing dreams are made of for Cincinnati. They've come down here, and they've been kissed by sunshine and warm weather, and they hope they're still seeing sunshine when they wake up on Saturday after playing Alabama Friday. 2:30 kick. They're the underdogs by almost 2 full touchdowns. They're the first group of 5 team ever to make a college football playoff. They wanted a seat at the table. They've got one, and Sauce Gardner on what a win over Alabama would mean to him and the program.
It would be a big win, especially coming in as the underdog. I've never been on a stage this big. I've been in championships in like my younger days, but never one like this. Obviously, it'll mean a lot for the program and for the world to be able to show the world what we're able to do.
Never been on a stage like this, though, is what everybody's going to be watching early on in this game.
Right. It'll probably get overplayed a little bit, but you cannot deny the fact that Alabama, there's nobody in the world that can be more comfortable in this situation. You'd have to think Cincinnati is the polar opposite. There's nobody in the world that can be less comfortable in this situation. That's on Luke Fickell to, it's on Nick Saban too. I mean, you can't just assume, hey, we always come out here, we always win these semifinal games. All we got to do is roll the helmet out against Cincinnati. You kidding me? And then it's on Fickell to get past the, go measure the rim like Gene Hackman did. I know you have to go to that length, but he's got to get his team past that.
So LT, how do you attack it if you're Alabama? Are you aggressive trying to get them behind early to be caught up, overwhelmed in a moment, or do you play it closer to the vest and not wanting to give them an opportunity to make a big momentum play early on to get them comfortable in the game? How would you attack it?
Yeah, I mean, you've got the best player on the field with Bryce Young. I think you've got to play your offense. What would seem to be the easy route is what should be a much healthier Brian Robinson. Lean on Cincinnati up front. You've got the advantage in the trenches. Run the football and, set up the pass by running the football and then take a couple of shots to Jameson. But I think they're going to play their offense. I think they're going to challenge these cornerbacks. And, for Sauce Gardner, for him to talk about this stage, he's got an opportunity, right now on Mel Kiper's big board, he's got him number 16 overall. He's still got Stingley as first cornerback. If Ahmad Gardner went out, shut down Jameson Williams, they pull off some kind of shocking upset here, you could see Gardner, propel himself into a top 5 situation here. That's the kind of opportunity he's got.
Yeah, Lance, historically, Nick Saban has liked to throw to get the lead, run to protect the lead, right? That doesn't mean he exclusively throws early, but one thing Nick Saban offensive coordinators, and they've all changed over the years, but one thing that has kind of been consistent about them, Jim, is they like that early run to watch those safeties and those linebackers creep closer and closer and closer, right? So that, boom, you can burn them deep. And, that's the way I think Alabama can use the run game with Brian Robinson, is to draw those safeties into the line of scrimmage to open up Jamison Williams, even if it is on a guy that's going to be a top 5. Lance, there are top 5 draft picks in the NFL that get burned by receivers all the time, and they go to Pro Bowls. So, I've always felt like, and I don't know how you feel about this, Lance, but I've always felt like elite receiver, elite defensive back, I give advantage to elite receiver.
I do too.
He knows where he's going.
I do too. And, and there's been multiple times this has happened this year, but the two that jump out to me was Jamison Williams' first touchdown, how he outran everybody against Miami. Yep. And everybody was like, my God, that guy can fly. And then I think it happened to Georgia on I think it was his second touchdown where he kind of tiptoed the boundary there. And I think he surprised Georgia with his speed. So as good as Gardner and Brian are, they haven't seen speed, top-end speed like Williams. So I think they're going to be surprised when they actually see him get out there.
And that's the one thing you can't duplicate in practice. The scout team or one-on-ones can't duplicate the fastest guy in the game because you can't duplicate that speed. All right, that's more Alabama-Cincinnati prep as we're approaching 24 hours away from that game. We'll send out our Cowan Equipment poll questions. But when we come back on the next round, it is time for 3 and Out. LT has that today. Auburn and Alabama winning in basketball last night. Also, when we come back, one DB not in Miami yet, and he's now questionable for the game tomorrow. The details on that next.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
On the field or in the office, you need a solid team and a strong game plan if you want to beat the competition. Xerox Business Solutions Southeast offers everything from printers to managed IT services, as well as hybrid work hardware solutions through our titanium partnership with Dell. For championship-level office solutions, get Xerox Business Solutions Southeast into your starting lineup. Visit xbssoutheast.com/win. Touchdown!
Life never stops moving. Between the 30-minute commutes, daycare pickups, and that weekend trip to Grandma's, you're racking up the miles. What you need is a tire that can keep up, like the exceptionally long-lasting Michelin Defender tire. With an 80,000-mile warranty and the safety you expect, you can lose track of the miles and focus on what really matters, the memories made along the way. Stop in today. Vehicle safety you can depend on. Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 locations in the Birmingham area. Visit VulcanTireandAuto.com.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri. Think about this scenario for one moment. You wake up, step on the floor, and you feel water under your feet. You got a leak, you got a problem. I've got the answer. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Dry Tech Water Restoration. They respond quickly and reply within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They've got crews ready to go at all times 24/7, and they work for the customer. It's always the number one priority. Your first call isn't the insurance company. It's Dry Tech Water Restoration, 205-637-0143.
Hey, do you want to become more flexible and more active? Our friends at Stretch Zone Birmingham can help, and they're offering 2 Black Friday deals you don't want to miss. Visit StretchZoneBham.com or call 205-509-2349 to learn more or book an appointment.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day, your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
Bridge and Root is an exclusive men's shop located in downtown Birmingham. They specialize in uniqueness, authenticity, and quality. They offer styles that are refreshing and different. Bridge and Root gives you the ability to shop with ease while being educated on styles, colors, fabrics, and the how-tos in men's fashion. From men's clothing to body care, you will find it at Bridge and Root. Located at 2212 Morris Avenue, Suite 200 on 1st Avenue North, you can also visit their website at bridgeandroot.com. That's bridgeandroot.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Okay, now I'm tweeting it right now from the next round. All right. Now we admit, and we don't eat on game days. We eat in the press box. We don't eat a lot of media meals, right? But we do on game day because just the convenience in the press box. And
I even try to avoid that. I mean, it's got to be my last option,
right? And usually we try to eat before we go to the stadium too. But,
yeah.
But occasionally you'll get a good meal in the press box. That doesn't happen often. But occasionally you'll get a good meal. I just tweeted out from the Duke's Mayo Bowl today, Brownie. They had a waffle station set up for the start of the Dukes, and with you had blueberries and strawberries and whipped creams and sprinkles and all of that, plus the unbelievable waffles to go with that. 2 different kinds of waffle. I've just sent that out. Take a look at what the media and the press box were. I've been to some early games, and they've had the traditional, when we used to have the old JP game, that sometimes would have some eggs and bacon up there. And
right.
They try to make it to a theme, but the waffle station at the Duke's Mayo Bowl today, hats off to them. I like a waffle.
I do too. Mayo does not go with waffles. That's the weird thing, but I love waffles, Lance. A waffle bar, I'd be all about that. I love
big waffle fan.
Yeah. And don't you guys agree that, pancakes, you can F that up pretty easily. There are some bad pancakes out there. It's hard to mess up a waffle. You have to try to mess up a waffle. And I've had people try.
I want a crispy waffle.
I do too.
Sometimes now my wife, she does the mix and puts it in the waffle maker. And then, ours, I don't know why, but ours stands straight up. For some reason they do those, and then you open it and the waffle's there. Occasionally, now I love those, but occasionally I just want the old-fashioned frozen Eggo.
And that's my point. You can get them and freeze them. Occasionally when I make them homemade at the house,
right,
and make them myself, I make too many of them, and I throw them into Ziploc bags and bring them back out and toast them.
Interesting.
And it's just like an Eggo.
There's something, Lance, about that Eggo. If you get that toasted just right and put a little butter and some syrup on it, it takes me back to my childhood.
I try to fill every waffle hole with syrup.
Yep. You just go whole till it'll flow over.
Same way. Dab of it right there. But there's a place I go to breakfast frequently, and they've got away from making the waffle whole, and they serve it already squared. And I think they're pre-making my waffle. They're not cooking it to order. And I felt like it was cooked to order when it was whole. I feel like when it comes out in already the cut quarters, that it's not made to order.
Interesting.
I should piece it together and see if it makes a complete circle. That would be one way to tell, wouldn't it? If I'm over there putting a puzzle together of waffles.
Yeah.
Our friends at Wayne's want to remind you right now that they have something called a smart pest service right now, a smart pest solution. They let me read this because I'm not the smartest one on the show.
But you're a pest.
I am
so,
a pest.
yeah.
Our friends at Wayne's now has the pest control of the future happening right now. Their smart pest solution. Smart Pest combines the effectiveness of traditional pest control services with the 24/7 rodent monitoring service that they have. What this does is the Smart Pest monitors proactively communicate to prevent an infestation. You've got these Smart Pest stations set up in your house where if there is movement, an infestation is starting to happen, nips it in the bud right there. Boom. Saves you thousands of dollars in the long run. LT will tell you just what an infestation of squirrels in the attic will do. Smart Pest can prevent that. All kinds of rodents and pests from infesting your house. It's the most intelligent, eco-friendly pest control solution available today. Call 866-WAYNES1 or go to the website for more details. 866-WAYNES1. Use the offer code TNR. That's for the next round, TNR, and you're going to receive $60 off your initial Smart Pest service. It's our friends there at Wayne's. They're the exclusive provider of all of our residential and commercial needs right here for the next round. We trust them, and you should too. 866-WAYNES1. All right. Do we have a score update on the game you're watching?
Yes. Kevin Harris just punched it in from 1 yard out. You have taken a 32-13 lead.
Ooh, Dunaway, I kind of like your spot there. How much time's left?
We're just starting the third quarter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So a lot of football left.
9:53 left in the third, but it looks like Carl Torbush is still calling North Carolina's defense.
That's old school.
Name from the past right there. All right, time for 3 and Out is brought to you by Vulcan Tires today. LT, tell us about Vulcan.
Look, just great guys, locally owned and operated. Brown needed a new set of tires about a month ago. Of course, first people he went to see was our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family, these guys can handle. Stop by one of those 4 great locations or online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Okay, we were talking about Jameis Williams. If I asked you the longest touchdown on Friday, Jameis Williams or the field?
I'd go Jamison Williams.
I'm going to take Jamison Williams.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like with Georgia and Michigan, you're gonna have a lot of running. You don't really have the big home run play, with those two defenses that much. And Jamison Williams feels like he gives you one a game at least.
I mean, you could almost close your eyes. First play from scrimmage, after Cincinnati has kicked it off into the end zone, no return. First play from scrimmage. He blows past him. You test him deep. How good are these DBs? You blow past him 75 yards, boom, right off the bat.
Or even they kick it off and he takes it 100 yards.
Yeah, that's a long scoring play. You're right, 100 yards.
Yeah, I think I would take Williams too. I mean, there's so many things, and typically we lean field on all this stuff, but Williams has just been that explosive.
Hey, do you know? I mentioned this with Wimp yesterday, Lance. You weren't with us. Here in the hotel at the Omni, there's a television channel. I was flipping channels. I went all the way through, and one of them is dedicated just to the history of the Cotton Bowl. And it was kind of interesting. I was watching the history of how it started and why they did it and all, and that's another story. To this day, the longest scoring play in the history of the game, if I heard them say this correctly and if it was updated.
Bo Jackson, 70 yards.
No, it was
Ricky Williams.
No, it was you remember the play where the guy came off the bench for Alabama and made the tackle?
Too much Alabama in me?
I got too much Bama in me? That's still the longest scoring play in the history because they awarded that guy a touchdown, and I think it made it like a 95-yard scoring play.
Second down.
Okay, if I asked you more total rushing yards on Friday, the combination of Bryce Young and Brian Robinson or Desmond Ridder and Jerome Ford?
Oh, I'll take Desmond Ridder and Jerome Ford because the path to almost every Alabama win has been Bryce through the air. I think Bryce and B-Rob can have a good day, but if not needed, I don't think Bryce runs as much. I think he only runs when that offense needs him to run. So I'm going to go the other side. I think Desmond Ridder scoots out the back door for some extended runs, and I think Ford has a nice day. I'll go the other way. I'll go Cincinnati.
I think you're you don't get to Bryce Young and sack him a ton. Auburn did, but very few other teams have done that, Lance. The question would be, how often can Will Anderson and that Alabama defense and the secondary pressures get Ridder on the ground and take away some of that rushing yardage from him? I think I would probably still go with a Cincinnati combo, but that is something you got to watch there is how often can Alabama get him on the ground?
Yeah, we're all agreeing here. I think Ritter is probably 30 or 40 yards, and I think Ford bust 100. I do think he has a pretty good game.
Third down.
Okay, more national championships moving forward. I'll give you Nick Saban or the field of the rest of the coaches, Kirby, Harbaugh, and Fickell. That's including this year.
I mean, there's really only one, and I am quickly losing confidence in him winning a national championship. But of those, there's only one that I'm remotely confident that wins a national championship is Kirby. But I'm quickly losing that confidence. So, I mean, you could convince me the rest of the number is 0. I mean, if I told you, give me the percentages of Kirby Smart finishing Georgia without a national championship right now. What percentage would you say that is?
Ooh. I think it's 50-50. I think he wins one this year, though.
Yeah, you like him right now. All right, let's say he doesn't win this one. What do you think it is?
25%.
Yeah, see?
I'm going to take Kirby as well.
But here's another thing. Now, the stranger in the bar always has great knowledge, but something that you guys brought up earlier, I think to Josh Pate, that we haven't talked about was the random Cincinnati fan talking about how Ryan Day is going to take the Chicago Bears job and Fickell's going to take Ohio State. If Fickell takes Ohio State, this becomes a different question.
Yeah, this guy was convinced of that, by the way. Again, he's a Cincinnati fan. I don't know the guy. Nice guy sitting next to me at a bar I struck up a convo with. He could be on the board of trustees for all I know. I don't know the guy, but he was convinced. And he's like, I'm not going to blame him one bit. You know, Ohio State's a great job. That guy even lived in Columbus that was talking to him.
And it makes a lot of sense because, you know, Luke Fickell never looked like he was interested in or being courted by any of the other big jobs that were open while Cincinnati's on this run. If you've got a guy who's got to wait for the NFL season to finish and already have this worked out, Kevin Warren's got it worked out already, everything could stay pretty quiet. So it would make sense. I was just more impressed that this guy decked in UC gear, LT, sat down between Brownie and a prostitute and went left and talked to Brownie instead of right and talked to the prostitute.
A prostitute?
I promise you, I think that girl was a call girl. Yeah.
Fourth down. Oh, Dunaway. You're mine sometimes, man. I just never know.
I mean, do you do this, LT, don't you? When you're at a bar by yourself, I was waiting on Brown. So I'm watching Alabama, Tennessee, and the Oregon, Oklahoma game. And
I try to find who is the prostitute in the bar. That's the first thing I look for.
And then there's a vacant seat. This girl by herself comes and sits down, right? And then there's 2 more vacant seats. And so then a married couple comes in, and this lady, who is in some kind of entertainment business, I'm sure, really hits it off with the married couple to the point where the guy gets upset, leaves. I'm going up to the room, and then those 2 become best friends. I think the first girl is
a professional.
No, that was a ploy. They couldn't all 3 go up to the room by themselves.
No.
So they established a friendship, then they were coming up later.
I make up everybody's stories when they sit down.
Yeah.
Everybody's stories.
Dunaway gives everybody a narrative. Like, okay, see the girl at the end of the bar?
Yes.
Yeah, she's in the Coast Guard, and she's here in Dallas.
I could do Westworld.
Yeah.
I could have done that, yes.
Fourth down.
So I guess I knew this, but I had forgotten. Did you guys know that LeBron James and Tiger Woods share a birthday?
I really did not until I saw today that it's their birthday.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
it's gonna be hard to beat. It's gonna be hard to beat that duo.
Well, that's tough.
If you just pull 2 athletes out on a birthday in a calendar year. December 30th may be at the top of the list.
So LeBron, 38 years old. Tiger Woods, 47 today. LeBron was liked by everyone up until just a couple of years ago. Tiger was liked by everyone until his situation, more than a decade ago.
Yeah, but it's circled back around for him now.
But it is circled back around. I was just going to ask you guys, when it's all said and done, who will be the more likable athlete? Will it be Tiger or LeBron?
Tiger Woods, because he is the warrior that we built up into a champion. We tore him down, and we let him have a comeback story over and over again. And Americans love comeback stories.
Yeah.
And I don't think LeBron is going to get that.
I agree with that. Here's something that's interesting about Tiger, though, LT, is, Jack Nicklaus and Arnold Palmer, Bobby Jones, some of the greats in golf have allowed themselves to become elder statesmen of the game. They hit the ceremonial tee shots at Augusta. They've played on the Champions Tour. They've done those types of things. I wonder how much of that Tiger is willing to do. You look at LeBron, like guys like Bill Russell that, were greats in the NBA, Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, they've all continued to have a place in the NBA, but it doesn't look as old man, they're sitting courtside at the NBA Finals. That's their elder statesman.
But see, LeBron is so vocal on social media, and not just about political things, but about, like
Taco Tuesday.
Yeah, or John Madden's death. You know, he had something to say about John Madden's death. And he's so out there. I think he is a guy who craves attention, and Tiger doesn't look like a guy to me that craves attention. In fact, he sort of has always been a little standoffish, and I think you have a less degree of the ability to piss people off if you stay out of off of social media, away from cameras.
And I do think LeBron's involvement in politics is ultimately going to continue to hurt his brand. And then it seems like, look, everybody to a degree is about money, but I think Tiger has refocused more on his family. Maybe it's because he's got more money than he could ever spend. And once he went through that divorce, he realized, hey, look, even losing half, I've got more money than I can ever spend. It's like LeBron is so focused on being a capitalist, which that's fine in his own regard, but it's like, it seems to me at least, Tiger is more focused on maybe more important things right now. And so I think that's, I think that is, it makes him a little more, sympathetic to people.
All right. That is our 3 and Out today, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Yes, 4 great locations. Anything you need bumper to bumper, make sure you get your family in. Check them out, from the tires, the wheel alignment, brakes, anything you need. These guys can handle. For more information, stop into one of those locations or online, vulcantireandauto.com.
A quick score answer from North Carolina. South Carolina 32, North Carolina 21, with just over 7 to play in the third at the Duke Mayo Bowl. Your Tennessee fans go in the next game, the Music City Bowl against Purdue, a couple of SEC teams trying to get the Southeastern Conference their first wins of this bowl season after an 0-4 start. LT's got a lock for us when we come back, and you'll hear from Nick Saban, and you'll hear from Luke Fickell. Their news conferences today. It is next on The Next Round.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or 2 to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Hello, I'm J.L. Shea, and 4 generations of Sheas have run our business in the same spot in downtown Homewood. People ask me from time to time why we do what we do. I can tell you that it's just not all about the clothes, although we are a little obsessive about the brands we bring into our store. No, we do what we do because of people just like you. And through all these years, I've learned one critical lesson. The most important part of a man's wardrobe is fit. When your clothes fit, they feel like part of you, not just something you put on in the morning. You move more easily, you feel more confident. And fit is not an accident or a matter of luck. It shows whether you're buying a made-to-measure suit, a jacket off the rack, or a pair of jeans. We're going to ensure that the fit is perfectly you. Come see us at Shea's. I promise you'll notice a difference. That's Shea's in downtown Homewood, where we have been since 1922.
Ship happens. Give us a call to get Ship started. Call Griffin and Jeff today, 205-605-8101. You can always go online. Go to getshipstarted.com.
Ship happens to get ship done. Don't ever have an accident. Ship yourself. Don't ever have an accident and ship yourself.
Go to getshipstarted.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store, that's nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round from the Omni in downtown Dallas. You're about to hear from Luke Fickell and Nick Saban from their news conferences early this morning. They did the coaches' news conferences at 8 a.m. Central today, and then both went through walkthroughs. Both teams working through walkthroughs today at AT&T Stadium. But before we do all that, it's lock time. Yesterday, because LT was out under the weather, Jeremy Purvis from Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing filled in and gave us a winner on the lock. He gave us Alabama minus the 3.5, a winner chicken dinner yesterday. And it's all brought to you by our friends at Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing, ironmountainworld.com. Just go there and he can hook you up with your residential or commercial plumbing needs. He'll do a free quote as well. So whatever plumbing needs you have, it's always good to have a good plumber on standby, and that is Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. 516-4927, ironmountainworld.com. LT.
2 p.m. kick today, Music City Bowl, Purdue taking on Tennessee. Their second meeting ever. Purdue actually beat Tennessee 27-22 back in the 1979 Blue Bonnet Bowl. Purdue is looking for win number 9. That's their most since 2003. And if they get win number 9, it will be their most in the last 20 years, which is hard to believe. Purdue's defense has been really good this year. They're only allowing 20 points per game, which is 19th nationally. They've got 14 takeaways their last 7 games. Aiden O'Connell leads the Big Ten in completion percentage, 74%. With all that said, did you guys realize Hendon Hooker actually has a better QBR than Bryce Young?
I did not realize that. Now, QBR is...
It's a bunch of stuff.
That is a bunch of stuff.
Anyway, he's third nationally in QBR. Anyway, I like Tennessee minus 7.5. I like Tennessee here.
Tennessee. I think Jeremy would like that as well.
What a bounce back for the SEC today.
Yeah.
South Carolina got a roll here.
If you can get 2 W's there, that'd be really good. All right, so that's the lock brought to you by Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing.
Don't clean it up now.
ironmountainworld.com. It's ironmountainworld.com. All right, let's listen to the coaches from earlier today. We'll start with cut number 17. according to Forrester, that, my friends, is Nick Saban. And Nick Saban had a chance today about, something he's been really good at since he got to Alabama, and that's being where your feet are. Here's the head coach of Alabama today.
Yeah, well, I think that's the most important thing, keep the main thing, which is the game and how you play in the game. And you determine that by the choices you make, what you choose to ignore, whether it's something you hear in the media, whether it's how you played in the last game, past performance. None of that really matters in this game. It's how you look forward and focus on, what you need to do to be able to execute, do your job, be accountable to your teammates in this particular game. I think having the right mindset and the right focus is very important to being able to play well.
All right, so that's Nick Saban yesterday. The main thing, and you guys agree that's the main thing that guy's really good at.
Yeah, well, he's done it time and time again, and it's pretty consistent when he does it.
Now let's hear from Luke Fickell. Luke Fickell coaching Cincinnati, and he talks about being on the big stage, and it's something he's been trying to prepare his guys for all the way back to last year when they faced the Georgia Bulldogs. Here's the head coach of Cincinnati.
We've been on some of those stages. I'm not saying we've been, in a Cotton Bowl stage like this in the playoffs, but, playing at Notre Dame this year, I think was big for us at handling, just all the hype around it and, even the environment, the atmosphere and going into that game. So I think that our ability to kind of handle that and grow through that, through some of the other things that, the ups and the downs that we had kind of in that middle part of the season, just having to handle some expectations and, having to handle not playing quite the, maybe up to the standard of what not only we thought, but obviously people outside us thought. So a lot of those things I think are a build-up for where we are today. And hopefully we'll be able to draw upon all those things to help us here tomorrow afternoon.
That's Luke Fickell from earlier today at the coaches' news conferences and done virtually here. And Nick Saban did a radio show last night. We got battles of the bands, though, and everything happening around the city today, pep rallies that'll be done in person, but none of the people that are participating in the bowl games will be part of that. So it looks like we're going to be without a major COVID problem as we go to these two games tomorrow. LT, you would agree, you and Brown both, though, that you think Cincinnati brings a little bit more fight than expected?
I do. You look at a Cincinnati team that's won 23 of 24 games. I think they built confidence last year. I know it was a bowl situation, but, they pretty much had Georgia beat for 59 minutes and change. That's their one loss over the last 24 games. They had Notre Dame down 17 in South Bend on the road. I think they believe they belong on this stage, and they've got 33 seniors, man. You've got a quarterback that started 48 games. You've got an elite running back. You've got a really good wide receiver. You've got elite defensive backs. I think Cincinnati believes they belong here. I think they can play with Alabama. I think if Alabama jumps out to a double-digit lead, then Cincinnati's done. But if Cincinnati can keep this thing close for a half, I think we're in for a really entertaining 60 minutes.
I think Las Vegas has this about right. I think Alabama by a couple touchdowns. I think, Cincinnati can keep it within that 2-touchdown window. Alabama may go up 21. Cincinnati cuts it back to 14. I don't know that it's a game that you feel is in doubt in the fourth quarter, though.
One more from Nick Saban. Speaking of that, though, he's trying to get his guys in crimson and white ready for just a good old fisticuff, a good old boxing match. Here's Nick Saban.
When you play competitive sports, you not only have to prepare for what you're supposed to do, you have to prepare for how are you going to react when the other guy does something different. Very similar to a boxer. He's prepared to fight, he trained well for the fight, but he also has to respond to taking a punch. He also has to respond to having a bad round. So you also have to have, the mindset that you're going to, stay focused on what happens next, the next play, and your ability to overcome adversity when you play against good teams, because you're not going to win every single down, is very, very important in terms of, your mindset and your ability to stay focused and play with consistency.
Nick Saban earlier today, something we've heard a lot since he took over the Alabama program way back in 2007. And I tell this story every year. When we get to this event, before we head to break here, I'll mention it again. When we get to this event every year, the semifinals, there are people that have been doing this for ESPN or the college football playoffs or the BCS since the beginning of Nick Saban's time in Tuscaloosa. And it is funny that every year they are like, the Alabama media is back. Here comes the Alabama media. The familiarity of faces you see this time of year on these trips have become so redundant since 2009 because we did it with Auburn in 10 as well and in 13. So just a streak of so many years. It's Alabama, 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 Auburn, Alabama, 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 Auburn. And it's almost a joke the first time you walk in to pick up your credentials. The football playoff committee is like, here comes the Alabama media checking in. And it's almost like a circled planned reunion every year of some faces. When we come back, some final thoughts. We'll tell you what's ahead today with our programming here live from Dallas, Texas on TNR when we come back.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
The holidays are here, and so is the chance to put some extra money in your pocket by getting a cash-out refinance with Mortgage Right. Whether it's college tuition, home improvement, or a one-way ticket to the North Pole, the refinance experts at Mortgage Right can help you use your home equity to get cash fast. They are committed to bringing you an easier and faster cash-out refinance experience. So visit mortgageright.com/TNR to cash out before the holidays end. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
I've been a Shelby County deputy since 2020, but I've been crazy about fishing since I was a kid. You know, my new job, it gives me plenty of time off, so I know I'll be back to the lake in no time. I'm making great money, staying in shape at the gym at work, and I have a take-home car, which saves the miles on my truck. And it's not all cops and robbers either. You know, during my training, I learned to do an aerial search in a helicopter. Who gets to do that at work? Last week, we helped find a veteran suffering from Alzheimer's who just wandered off. See, that's a job I can feel great about doing.
If a flexible work schedule, a take-home car, paid vacations, a gym at work, and $51,000 plus a year to start sounds good to you, maybe you should think about a career as a deputy in Shelby County, Alabama. Change your life. Change your world. Look us up on Indeed.com and Insta.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Think about this scenario for one moment. You wake up, step on the floor, and you feel water under your feet. You got a leak, you got a problem. I've got the answer. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Dry Tech Water Restoration. They respond quickly and reply within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They've got crews ready to go at all times 24/7, and they work for the customer. It's always the number one priority. Your first call isn't the insurance company. It's Dry Tech Water Restoration, 205-637-0143. This hour of the Next Round is presented by Cardinal Roofing, the Cardinal Rule for all your roofing needs. Your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 five-star reviews. Call Cardinal Roofing today, 205-900-ROOF, and mention the Next Round to receive $100 off your next roof replacement.
You tackle an endless to-do list every day. It may seem like a thankless job, but you know better. It's the little things that matter most. That's why you'll appreciate the enduring value of the Michelin Defender tire. Designed for doers like you, Michelin's longest-lasting tire keeps you on the go longer, so you have one less thing to worry about on your next road trip. Stop in today for miles of uncompromised safety and performance. Find your next set of Michelin tires at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 locations at the Birmingham area. Visit VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
When shows start, it seems like 4 hours is a long time. This one's flown by today. We appreciate Bobby Carpenter, Mike Griffith, Josh Pate, and Chris Doering all joining the show today. Lance, our final thoughts going to be brought to you by our friends at the Mortgage Right Company.
Yeah, make sure if you're looking to make some extra money this holiday season, you check out our friends at Mortgage Right, ready to make some major money moves. Your bank account may be at a standstill. Well, our friends at Mortgage Right, they can help you get the ball rolling with a cash out refinance. You can pay off debt, renovate your home, whatever needs funding. It's in your future with our friends at Mortgage Right. With refinancing experts nationwide, Mortgage Right will guide you through the process with ease. Make your home work for you. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR.
Michigan defensive back Daxton Hill. Daxton Hill's an all Big Ten selection, not currently in Miami as they get ready to play Georgia in the semifinals tomorrow night. Jim Harbaugh saying he's working through something right now. We'll know more today, speaking of this Thursday. He said this earlier today on whether or not he'll be able to play. He ranks second on the team with 65 tackles, 2 interceptions, and tied for the team in pass breakups. That could be a big story if he is dealing with a COVID issue or some other kind of issue that could prevent him from playing in this game.
You know, Lance, a lot of people said he's the guy that might pick up some Bowers coverage in that secondary. So that'd be interesting if he's not there.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's the big story there to keep an eye on to see if Daxton Hill is a part of the warm-ups tomorrow night for the Orange Bowl. We've got another show coming your way tonight at 5 o'clock live here. It's a Cotton Bowl preview show. We'll be live back at 5. We'll get all your reaction. Come join us, chat, and join us for some input and some final thoughts before we go to the stadium tomorrow here in Dallas. For everybody associated with the next round, until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway,